here we go. And Bomb Shiva. To all of you, I hope you guys are having an absolutely lovely day. Today is the 72, the 72nd day. Just the 72nd. I'm not quite sure why or how we can call it that. Just based upon the numbers. That was how I calculated what the energy of the day is. And I was meditating on this for days and nothing came out. I was like, oh gosh, what's the conversation going to be about? And I had to just go into like a deep, deep place. Managed to do it today where the Eureka light bulb just went on. I was like, oh, of course. Of course. It's got to be about the chaos within and the boundaries between form and chaos. And it's a topic that we've touched on before, but I think it's a topic that needs to really be given its own light of day because it's so fundamentally important. Chaos has got such a bad reputation and we need to change it. What do you think, Cosmic?
I agree. I think it does have a bad reputation.
We cannot talk about chaos like this. It's not right. Like, what has chaos done to like a bit of chaos like makes life exciting. So for those of you that don't know, Cosmic is, and for those of you that are new to the show, Cosmic is he's like a John Dee kind of guy. John Dee without a crystal ball. He has a relationship that he's been building with the Fae for a number of years. I think it's at least 4 or 5 years. I don't know, maybe more. Is that right? Yeah.
I'd say maybe like 6 or 7 now.
6 or 7, right? So you've actually been channeling the system for 4 or 5 years.
That's probably since 2020, 2021. That's when like I got the alphabet. But actually, 2019. Right. That's when I got the alphabet channeled, and then 2021 is when I had all the Zerfaxes basically figured out, and then the system grew from there. So it's like a long, like gradual process. It's like some kind of like puzzle box or like some Pandora's box. You're constantly like twisting things, and more parts of the puzzle box start to unravel. And that's basically what I've been doing these past this past decade. Basically, is just unraveling more and more of this puzzle box. And just uncovering more and more secrets about the universe, man.
Wow. So I've been on Telegram now since what, early 2022? Was it end of 21? It's long. I mean, you were one of the first people I met on Telegram, in the first early days when I was on there. If you recall, that was like early 22, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When, interesting how time flies. It seems like just the other day. Time has a way of doing the time warp. Well, yeah, so Cosmic's got this relationship with the Fae. He channels these systems of thought, and there's a language attached to it, and there's a system of cosmology, if you will, and a lot more to it. It's an entire sort of magical system in itself. And it's an honor to be here with you, dear Cosmic. Do tell us a little bit about yourself and your system for new people that might arrive.
It's basically the simple idea is just sort of categorizing reality into bubbles that the Fae call Zerfaxes. And it's been interesting because there's a debate of like, okay, well, is this really how reality is? Is it really divided into Zerfax bubbles or not? But I've kind of come to the conclusion that the very act of categorizing things into bubbles is in itself a magical act. So, that's one thing. And let's just say I had an interesting experience in Mushroom Land yesterday. I went pretty deep into some psychedelic spaces, and in a lot of ways, it kind of confirmed a lot of ideas that I've had about the what they basically call the Vidzerfax channel. Like there's a Zerfax associated with psychedelic substances, and I basically explored that channel yesterday, and it kind of like it seems that just going into that space, it seems to line up with all the theories and the stuff that the Fae have been talking about. Because I haven't really done like a proper psychedelic in a long time, like a real like full blown like ego dissolving kind of experience. So I learned a lot from it. And I took a different approach that a lot of people do. So a lot of people, when they take a psychedelic, they're like, give in, surrender, do whatever. And because the Fae were with me, I was kind of like, no, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm like, you can't tell me what to do. And you sort of take like, I take it to like like controlling a wild beast. Like I think about those stories where there's like, you know, a kid who has to like ride a dragon and he has to learn to tame the dragon. Doing psychedelics is kind of a lot like learning how to ride like a wild creature, like a dragon or a phoenix or something like that. It's powerful, it's big, it moves around, it doesn't necessarily listen to you when you get commands, but if you learn how to work with it, you can kind of start to ride it. And so it was interesting, like going back into that and taking that different approach to it, because one of the things I noticed with psychedelic usage when I read people trip reports is people don't utilize magical thinking when they're tripping. They just kind of let the trip take over them. And you realize, like, no, if you use spells, if you use chants, if you do these kinds of things, if you visualize things, you can really get a lot more out of it. And it even gets to a point where like the Fae actually become trip sitters at a certain point, because they're just like, you know, Khaos will just be like, okay, come on, go upstairs. It's okay. You're just on drugs. It's all right. And it makes me think like, man, how do people do psychedelics without fairies, dude? Like, how do they do it without spirit guides? It's kind of crazy. But I'm going to pass over the mic to Indy because I see he's here. But yeah, what's up, man?
Well,
Hey,
we've got dear Indy in the house. So for those of you that don't know Indy, he does shadow work. It's a big part of his regime. He's also fundamentally a historian. He's an anthropologist, and he's deeply embedded within the Tao and carries a lot of shamanic inspiration and moves along the lines of nature in a very natural way, very Taoist, with some Western occult thrown in there. Welcome, dear brother Indy. Tell us a little about you. And welcome to everybody in the chat, by the way. Gaz and Celise and Tomru, and everybody else that's here. I mean, I can't see at the moment, but big love. Welcome, dear brother Indy. It's an honor to have you here as well. Hope you're good, man.
thank you. Life is good. I'm shining today, and life is treating me well. I'm so glad to be here with you guys, and thank you to all the viewers out there and everybody in the chats. We really appreciate you guys so much, and you're like the lifeblood of this podcast. And of course, thank you to Franklin and Cosmic for being here today for another lovely discussion. Always a wonderful experience. And I like to add on to what Cosmic was saying, that, you know, entheogenic compounds is a fancy way of saying hallucinogens. Should really be used ceremonially in spiritual means and mystical means as well, because they can really open portals and doors to allowing ourselves to have greater power in our work. If we can do spiritual and mystical work, they can really help facilitate that. And for those of you who have tried that, you really know that it makes a big difference, and it can really provide a deeper potential for our work that we do. But yeah, I'm really excited today. I just got back from the farmer's market. I got some more Tulsi for my garden, and some little bugger out in the yard has been eating up my cilantro, but I need to build a cage around it and save that son of a gun, because as a pescatarian, I need to get a good chelating agent, and cilantro is one of the best ones to pull heavy metals out of the deep tissue. So got to get that thing sprouting back up again into my regiment. But as Franklin was mentioning, I have my irons in many fires. I work on a lot of different levels, and part of my life work is to weave the golden thread through the many different philosophies and worldviews, to kind of weave them all together into the golden tapestry by gathering perspective from others, other people, other religions, other spiritual perspectives and worldviews, other mystical paths. And I think that we all can meet in the middle with all these things and provide different insights that together can provide the deepest understanding of the human condition and our place here, and our potential for ourselves and for our communities to be able to grow together and to ascend and to ground simultaneously. So a lot of the work that I do with shadow work has been from my own self-mastery, that I now have to give away that gift in order to keep it. And when I do it for others and provide guidance to them through shadow work, it reminds me of the work I've done, and that it's kind of a perpetual thing that we can do. We can always, if we ever have any type of a trigger, we can trace that back to the root of it, and we can then dissolve that with self-understanding and forgiveness and ultimately self-love. But sometimes it's necessary for folks to offer forgiveness to those who they were projecting onto and were blaming for their issues. And then forgiveness is followed by love and even gratitude for them helping us build resilience and prepare for future battles. So it's beautiful work. I'm so glad that Carl Jung has been able to be accessible to us, because in my undergraduate studies in psychology, when I got my bachelor's, they really brushed over Jung a lot, and he always intrigued me. So I learned more about him after my college experience than I did during it. They usually focus more on Freudian stuff, of course. And so let's get back to the discussion. I'm really excited to partake in what we're going at here and maybe provide some insight. So I'm gonna let you guys get back to what you're diving deep on.
Well, thank you, dear brother. It's an honor to have you. Welcome, Out Tuition, and everybody else that's been joining the chat. I see there's at the moment there's 8 of you, so I suppose there'll be people arriving over the course of the next few minutes. And how do I say your name? Kali. Is it? Do I pronounce your name Kali, or is it Kalis? By the way, warmest greetings to you as well. I always look at your name and I'm wondering, like, what's the correct pronunciation? Because, you know, people spell names and pronounce names in so many different ways, especially these days. It depends, I suppose, where people are from in the world. But I thought that's rhymes with police. Kalis. I like that. Rhymes with police. Ooh. You know, it's funny you say the police. I suppose it's something that'll come up in this conversation, you know, when we're talking about order, and how order transposes itself from the occult field and spheres into our social administrative situation that we're living in and under. It's like it feels like we're living under the foot of some kind of a authoritative body that seems to be hell-bent on basically, you know, basically controlling our lives in every aspect. So that's what we're looking at. So yeah, without any further ado, let's jump into the proverbial goo. Chaos versus order. That was what came to me. And vision of the sacred bull. And that got me thinking, you know, sacred bull. Obviously how this relates to the etheric structure, the realm, and the energies of the astral, as they are in this interplay of yang and yin. Itan Pingala, got me thinking about the tree of life and the sephiroth, and how misconceived the sephirothic tree is. I think it's largely due to a psyop that's been sort of played out on humanity. And it made me think of the occulted etymology and how fundamental the numerology is to understanding the structure of space and time. This is why people see that numbers have imprinted themselves onto everything. And so they see the proverbial code of numbers. In reality, when they take DMT, it's just something that people have been seeing. And so they're hell-bent on pointing out that this whole reality is a little bit of a matrix, which I think is fundamentally true. It is a Maya, indeed. Obviously, this is going to bleed over into the enneagram and relationships related to the esoteric understanding of the occult truth, which I'm sure Cosmic's going to have quite a lot of tidbits to throw on the table, as will Indy. I get a strong sense. So, you know, understanding the occult nature of chaos and her relation to the bull of heaven was something that was like sort of driving me right in the beginning. And it made me think of etymology. So let's drive this etymology, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get you guys into the driving seat so you guys can all enjoy a little bit of the good stuff. And
while you look that up, I love that you spelled the chaos with a K, and K being the Germanic letter in the English alphabet that bridges us to the Germanic languages and represents the snake, apparently, or the serpent, which is usually very much associated with chaos. But for any of those out here have been privy to the whatonearthishappening.com show, they may have come across the idea that chaos is a deeper form of order that's inconceivable. And some consider chaos to be the order of the unseen, the primordial. And in Taoism, it's kind of associated with the unmanifest order of things. That's considered to be the principle of Li, the organic order, which is completely incomprehensible to the human mind and will always baffle us, and has more exceptions to things than our orders can fit. So let's get into some etymology. Passing the mic.
Yeah, man. Big love. I think it's quite important that we realize how the spelling that we know is in psyop, one big mighty psyop. And they keep changing it every few decades. It's not even the psyop that I got introduced to in school isn't the psyop that the kids are getting today. It's different. And it's not the same as the psyop as my kid is going to get when he gets older. You know, they are definitely moving the proverbial playing field. And they keep us in the state of flux because they can, right? So I'm just going to give you the basic. This is what Google says about chaos. We've got to have something to proverbially shit on. Here is the toilet. Anybody needs to go, this is where you go. Just don't forget to flush, people. Be considerate towards the next person. Chaos is defined as a state of complete disorder, confusion, or a total lack of organization. Yes, but no. But yes, but no. It broadly describes situations that are unpredictable, out of control, or wildly unstructured. Yes. You know, what I don't like about this dictionary vomited meaning, it hits a lot of the right spots, right? Disorder. Okay. Confusion. Yeah, I don't know whether I would add confusion into that word. I think that's like a projected word. That to me is like, whoa, we're starting to get like, this is a button that needs to be removed from the panel. Lack of organization, yes. Unpredictable, yes. Out of control. Control is a particular thing that's defined. We need to look at what control is. It's not so much out of control. It's that there is no control. There's a big, big difference. Big difference. So when we go into the etymology of the word, we're going to get a lot more out of it. So the Greek word Khaos means empty space. Right. Now, empty is once again a word that I think has been implied by, I would just term it as undifferentiated space. I would be very specific rather than saying empty, because we know that like the whole idea of empty is a question mark that we don't want to really commit ourselves to. So the idea of chaos in the Greek relates to this, right? They say that High German is a loan word from Latin. Okay, let's go in Proto-German.
I think maybe part of the undifferentiated space or vast chasm might be a reference to the abyss, but I'm not sure. I do feel like there is an association with the abyss and the chaos.
I think we also have to consider, Franklin, when you are looking at this Google definition, one thing I kind of notice is that it's chaos being described from the perspective of order. So if you kind of look at this from a Zerfax perspective, I think it actually elucidates this idea perfectly. So if we think about order, typically in Western culture, order is often associated with monotheism or sort of kind of one God. The idea is that the universe is ordered because there is a singular point of God that is essentially controlling everything, right? Whereas the chaos model is that everything still is fixed towards one point, but that one particular point is blind and aimless. And so we're all just kind of following like a blind, undifferentiated train. But I think if we think of it from a true chaotic perspective, you look at it instead from the perspective of everything is sort of one blind, meaningless chaos. you look at it as each a bunch of different Zerfaxes, each with their own individual will, each with their own individual goals and purposes. And chaos is actually what happens when you take multiple vectors of meaning, multiple dimensions of purpose, and they sort of collide together into a confusing, complicated soup. So, when I look at it from that perspective, it does shine chaos into a new light, because it doesn't look at chaos as simply the absence of order. It instead looks at it as different types of order sort of competing within the same dimensional space, and the different sort of contradictory forms of order basically kind of fusing in a kind of the psychedelic sexual fusion, and thus creating new novel forms of order. So I always think of novelty, maybe, I don't know if you guys agree with this, not, I always think of novelty as sort of the bridge between order and chaos. Like if I think of like a triangle, on one end of the triangle you have order, and on one end of the triangle you have chaos, but at the top of the triangle, at the top of the pyramid, you have novelty, which is the synthesis of order and chaos. So I wonder what your guys' thought is on that.
Yeah, I love
Totally,
that.
man. I was just gonna agree with you and say that's exactly the problem. Is we're looking at everything from the perspective of order, as if that's the subtotality of everything, which it's only half the story. Yes, Indie brother, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I really love that. And the idea of novelty being like seeing things with new eyes, seeing things in a new way. That I think is a way that we kind of break away from control and order, where people think that, things have been fully defined. And in radical honesty, the idea of the categorical mind, which is a delusional mind, the teaching suggests in this modality that basically we cannot categorize and define anything completely by our reference to things in the past. And Krishnamurti would agree that the observer and the observed make mistakes when they try to use understandings from the past to see things in the present, because things are ever transforming. As Shiva in the Hindu pantheon is the great transformer, and sometimes considered the grand architect, that is constantly transforming each moment into a new form. And so we can embrace that by venerating Shiva to help us transform along with the way the things are ebbing and flowing and transforming before our eyes. So when we can see things differently and in a new way, we're really seeing into the chaos. We're seeing into the things that have not yet been understood. And we're starting to make understanding from the chaos, which would kind of transform our view of it, because the chaos to most minds is something that's dark and confusing, and then doesn't really seem to have an order that's perceivable. But when we see things that are novel and we start to look at them, as Proust would say, with new eyes, then we can really start to see things in a new light. So I really like that idea of the novelty being the bridge between the two, of order and chaos.
I do think that that's a big part of it. I mean, novelty obviously representing new potential. But I think it's one half of the story. I think if you think about what novelty represents, to my mind, novelty represents chaos in a sense, right? As well as it's a blended merging between chaos and order, isn't it? Because order just wants to keep its structure, but you need to add in just a certain amount of chaos to the order for the order to adapt to something novel. Where if you add in too much of the chaos to the order will break down, and it'll lose its coherency in a sense. So that coherency, I think, is always the key. Now, I wanted to focus here for a moment on the etymology, and I think there's going to be quite a lot for us to see here, right? So, I started with the old German roots, and of course, they told me that there was no such thing, right? that it doesn't have a connection with the German, but I'm going to show you something that the etymology of Google doesn't know, and it's going to be quite obvious. So when we look at the Proto-Indo-European, the Pi, which is like the graveyard of the most ancient languages, which are essentially, I believe, pre-flood, we're looking at hen, right? And that's to yawn, to gape, to be wide open, right? So now we're seeing like the roots, like really coming. It's like you mentioned the abyss. I think this is what we're talking about here. I think how the abyss relates to the chaos, and to yawn, and then obviously, you know, the Greek evolved it into Khaos, meaning a vast gulf, chasm. From the chasm, it went to empty void. So that's the metaphorical sense being implied, an empty void. I don't agree with the concept of empty, but regardless, because if you think about it, all the things that have been ordered out of chaos came from the body of chaos. So if there was nothing to begin with in chaos, then there could be nothing that can be drawn from chaos. However, we notice that when you order chaos, you end up with things, which means that those proverbial things must have been present in the chaos, just not seen because of a lack of differentiation. I think that's the defining fact here. But this is where it gets interesting, and this is where you're going to start to see some really, really, really interesting concept, right? So let's look at the first part of the word, the ancient Greek, the ka prefix refers to transliteration of the Greek letter he, right? The prefix with that sound, such as xen or xer or chalco, right, as they're suggesting here. And common Greek prefixes, foreign, strange, dry, right? Copper, bronze. I think there's like what we can take from it when we go into the more basic things, I think, is the concept of dry. And I'll point this out to you now for a moment. You know, foreign because we can't relate to it. Dry because it doesn't contain the waters being separated, right? The separation of water from the ether. I think that's like a fundamental part of our creation story, which is universal to all the traditions. Now, when we take the idea of the old German, right? Let's go back to the old German for a moment, Proto-German, and we say, what is an os? Ox. Sorry. Ox. Let's make sure we got a space there. Oxen. Osa. Right. So here we're coming to it. Osa. This is the root, which is very interesting, relating to the chaos. Osa. Because when you look at the fundament of creation as we know it in the ancient world was the idea of an ox. So there's the word tauros, which is also going to be tauros. So this goes to the Proto-Indo-European word, taur, os. That os word, right, became the word for ox. Today, you still have in the Netherlands, in the Dutch, for example, Dutch word os is ox, which is the bull of heaven. It's a male bull, right? So I'm just trying to show you guys some of the etymology that we can find today within the languages. So the word os, and here in South Africa in Afrikaans, we have the word os. Os is a male bull, it's an ox. We have the word ox still in Dutch, right? We have the word in German, right? In the German as being oxon, right? Or in the older form, osso, right? Osso is of the ox. So you would say osso wagon, right? Osso wagon. That would be the ox wagon, because you would, or the osso yoke that pulls the plow, osso plow, whatever you would do. So that there's implied within that word, is it not a verb, but of ox, related to the ox, you could say. So when we then take that to the Proto-Indo-European root, we're finding Tau. Now, this is very interesting. Tau, if you just look at the Tau, that is the final letter of the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, often called Tav or Tau. And that Tau is the word for Tau as in Taurus, right? Which is the same word in toroidal field, Taurus, right? So we're talking about the structure of a Taurus. We're talking about an ox as being related to the structure of a Taurus, or the word Taurus etymologically. And you're seeing on the second part of the word, we've got the os, right? Now we come back to chaos. Do you see where I'm coming from? So when you then look at the etymology as it relates to pi, here we can see the care. The care is on there, right? So we can see how the chaos are relating to this wide open chasm where the ox lives or the bull lives. Now that means space. That means the stars. That means the space above us that carries the heavens, where the ox or the bull of heaven crawls across heaven. This bull of heaven was such a fundamentally important part of all the ancient cosmologies and mythos and the ideologies that were based upon it. It was the key. This is why you will find that the Aleph is fundamental to the Kabbalah, why we have the matadors, right, in Spain to this day, why the Greeks were so obsessed with the ox, why Shiva has a young ox behind him, right, called Nandi. Why Nandi is so important to Shiva, right? Same idea. And you'll find this wherever you go. This ox of heaven seems to be a fundamental important part. So when we look at the word chaos, what are we dealing with? The second part is os, which relates to an ox. The first word is tau. Tau has become tor. Tor also relates to the bull. So you've got two parts of the word that relates to the bull related here, and we've got the ka. Now the ka could also be seen to represent the etheric. In ancient Egypt, the ka was the vital etheric substance that animates the physical body. So the ka body is fundamental, and we can call it the etheric, as opposed to the astral, the ba. Very different. The ba is carrying the identity and the emotional presence, the energy, where the ka is that vital essence. It's a substance, more substantial in terms of form than is the ba, which is more abstract in terms of energy. So looking at the chaos, we then get a very clear idea that we're talking about the fundamental etheric substance that is related to the ox as it's crawling across the gaping chasm within the heavens. And so now we're getting a much more deeply figurative and metaphorical sense of the meaning of the word chaos by being able to sort of take it apart as its symbols. So when we think of chaos, what you want to do is you want to close your eyes and you want to imagine a bull, an ox moving across a chasm. And beneath this bull, there's this deep chasm, and the bull is moving around the chasm, round and round. And that there's almost a sense of vertigo that goes with this picture. If you can visualize it in your mind, you'll feel like a kind of a vertigo feeling of this bull moving. It's like, wow, this is pretty intense if you can visualize it. So there's an idea of understanding Khaos as it relates to the bull, and obviously that toric field, which is the Tau, the Taurus, right? That's why the Taurus has got the word os on it, which is the suffix of the word chaos, relates to the manifestational potential of chaos. So a toric field is the way in which chaos is programmed to produce the illusion of this reality. So I think like that's probably a good place to start. Yeah, Gaz, you're Taurus. My moon's in Taurus, man. Us bulls need to get like all bull-like, like stomp on the ground. Yeah, Taurus is a pretty interesting symbol as well. You know, the idea of the bull. I think it's very misunderstood in modern astrology. Big love, namaste, Vince. I hope you're good, man. I hope you're well. Yeah, well, you know, don't mess with the bull. I'll tell you what, like if you live in the jungle, you got to have respect for the bulls. I've been charged by wild bull a number of times in my life, just coming out of the jungle in the wrong place, and the babies are there and they see you and they go, oh my God, my babies, and they charge you. The only way to be around a bull is to just be totally calm and peaceful. They're actually quite a fun-loving bunch. They're not actually got harmful intent like actual bulls, the animals. But I think if you mess with them, they are the most dangerous animal in the jungle. They're the most likely to just end you if you show any threat at all. So you got to learn how to be at one with the bulls in the jungle if you're going to go into the jungle. It's the first animal that's most likely to end you. The second animal most likely to end you is the wild boar. They're very aggressive from the point one, but also a big teddy bear if you wrap your head around it. And the bear is probably the third one, but the bear just would end you out of not being able to see you and get a fright. Like, oh, you smack. Oh, one smack from the bear would be the end of the story. So big love, man. Vincent, shalom. So I think like that's probably a good place to start. What do you think about that, Cosmic Indie, about the idea of a bull crawling around the outer circle of an abyss and a chasm? Okay, so Cosmic's off to Sandwich Land. It's all good. Oh, there you are.
I gotta think about that for a second. It's very symbolic.
Yeah, powerfully symbolic. And I think that's the only way that we can really approach concepts that are so abstract. So when I think about numerology and chaos, I think that, and here's a very interesting concept. I'm thinking about something that's infinite. I'm thinking about no number. There are only two infinite numbers that exist. No number and number one. Isn't that an interesting concept? Number one is infinite because it contains everything. And no number is infinite because it contains nothing. But number two is suddenly finite because now you've got two ones. They can be counted. 3, 4, 5. So it's a very interesting concept if you start to think about it. Like the monad is as close as you can get to infinity when you're speaking in terms of numeration. Everything else is finalized, finite, made finite due to the associations of the different ones, which I think is interesting. Did you have something on your mind, dear Indie brother?
Yeah, I think there's an element of two that creates the infinite, or at least the eternal, in the sense that when there's one lover alone that's isolated and does not have the syzygy or the pair or the couple to be able to link with, to become one, then when two become one, then there can be more. So since there's like one within the two can have an aspect of the eternal within it. But there's also the element of oneness in the idea that there's parthenogenesis, the idea of self-reproduction by the female. The female can create her own progeny without a male partner. This idea was usually just reserved for amphibians and fish, but recently a tribe came out of the I think of the forest of the Andes, where they had been retreated for a long time, and they knew of the arrival of the conquistadors before they had come, and chose to shy away into the deep forest. And recently, I think within the past several decades, they finally came out and became known to the human species, to the human race, and they basically carried with them lost ancient mystical practices of self-impregnation. And the women still have this practice alive and well within their people, and have taught mystical people about it. And a lot of people have none of this, but some of the chosen ones that have been given this information, it's basically combined with the fact of the ability that they have to create immortality. And when they refer to immortality, it's not about living forever, but they can live for 1,000 years with their practices of like tantric practices of retaining their sacred fluids instead of releasing them in their cycles. And so through this combination of the two things, these sacred practices have been kept esoteric and been given to a chosen group of people to be shared with the human race. And so in that sense, oneness can be eternal through reproduction, to be able to create an eternity of progeny that will then follow forth in many generations. But I like to think that 1 + 1 = 2, but sometimes 1 + 1 = 3. So when we have one man and one woman with each other and they become one together, those two become 3 because they can make a child. And so 1, 2, and 3 have a very magical thing about them, where the 1 is odd and the 2 is even. And with the odds and the evens, we can get everything from those two. And also with number 3, 3 kind of represents that from the first two comes the first of the next generation. So 3 is like a magical number, and 3 can be associated with magic in many ways. But I feel that 3 is a mystical number, and in Chinese numerology, the odd numbers are considered to be more balanced because they have a central point. And so 3 has got that magical centrality within it, but it has the two polarity extremes on its side as well. And combined, it makes the triune aspect where we have the 3 pillars where the 2 become 1. And so in 3, there's that aspect to that as well. So, but I really agree with what Franklin was saying, that 1 and maybe even 0 are infinite, because 0 kind of leaves a place for anything to take its place. But when you multiply something by 0, it all disappears. So 0's got some magic to it as well, and I think it's worth mentioning in this as well. But infinity is an interesting concept, and some consider it to be overly idealistic because they see things in a materialistic way, in which the idea of something being able to last beyond time, maybe infinite, goes back before the Big Bang and out beyond the grand eschaton, the Greek concept of the ending of time. So some people consider it to be infinity to be overly idealistic, but I think in the idea of the primordial abyss, then infinity makes a lot more sense, because there's another realm from which things come that had always been there and always exist outside of the finite.
Yeah, I'm really glad you
Mhm.
were you finished, or
Oh, go ahead.
I'm really glad you brought up the idea that there's an infinity in 2, because from the way I'm looking at infinity, I look at that there's multiple infinities. I think one of the weird things that we assume in our mind and imagination, that if there is infinity, there has to be a singular infinity. So from their perspective, from the Fae, that there's infinity thresholds, right? So you think about each point being its own contained infinity within itself. And then when enough infinity, enough Zerfaxes kind of form together, and there's an infinite number of Zerfaxes with an which each are infinite themselves, that then forms an infinity threshold, which then forms a Zarfax, and there's like these dimensions, beyond that. And so what I've been realizing is that there's the importance of understanding reality as having membranes, like a bubble. Like you think about a bubble having like a skin or a surface or a cell. And the idea is that when you take something and make it into a fixed point, a singularity, you inevitably create a type of psychological or spiritual membrane around that singular point. Because you think about, if I have some kind of singularity, like a point, like an omega point at the center of the universe, obviously there's going to be some kind of field, a toroid or whatever, that's going to surround that point, because there's going to be the aspect where there's things that are close to the center, where everything is aligned, and things that are on the outer edges that are not aligned. But then you realize with this narrative of a center and an outer edge is that there's a membrane that is sort of psychically formed around the singularity. So from the Fae's perspective, when you remove oneness from the equation, you can then begin to see like that which exists beyond the singularity. So from their perspective, it makes more sense to, instead of calling it infinity, they use the word ozozo, which is essentially an infinity beyond infinity. So I talk about there's an infinite, like there's one being infinite, and then every number subsequently being its own infinity. And then you think about all the infinities that your mind can comprehend and can't comprehend, and whatever lies beyond that threshold of infinity thresholds, that's the idea of ozozo, and that's sort of like beyond infinity. And so Zarfaxology is about taking magic in the universe and working from that particular metaphysical perspective.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when we start to look at the way these numbers, because 2 represents obviously potential. So let's grab some numbers and look at the numerology, because I think it's when I think of numbers, I think of the masculine expressions, and these masculine expressions are essentially the proverbial faces of the different aspects in which form can manifest. And by combining these different forms, we end up with a very clear system that gives us a pretty solid understanding of these principles. And so I think as well, there's something else to also understand when we're looking at this, is that our understanding of number has really been quite badly impoverished by the logical, left brain driven, forebrain driven narrative of logic and the intellect, which has taken us away from the emotional intelligence and the feeling. And that there is a particular grade of feeling and experience. Like if we speak about the number 2, we speak about potential, right? And the number 2 is like really fundamental to magic. People don't realize this. It's really fundamental to magic. Like probably more fundamental to the number 3. Although the number 3 is the actualization point where number 2 actualizes. So 3 is the shadow of 2. The potential of 2 casts a shadow that becomes 3. And that is like rather fundamental to understanding why the law of 3 always is somehow fundamentally going to be, something that is always going to be followed with regards to the occult cosmology and how these things tend to work. So let's grab this. Let's get onto this. So here we go. I've got a basic a number chart here. We can take a look at it. We got number 1. 1 represents obviously the monad, represents unity, represents the first stage of manifestation. But notice that 1 is undifferentiated. And that's really important to recognize. 2 is to begin to differentiate in terms of potential, right? Potency. Potency is represented by the number 2 through potential. 3 is beginning to represent form. 4 is beginning to represent form in space. 5 is beginning to represent the dynamic aspects of form in space. 6 is the harmonic aspects of form, as space is reflecting the vibrational harmonies of form. 7 then represents the hidden esoteric nature of that form, which is the essence of what it is, which transcends human idea and understanding into the realm of spiritual. So this has got to do with the eternal manifestations of these forms. 8 then represents the harmonic expressions, where the structure of space, right, form in space, which is number 4, has become completely balanced by the harmonies of 6. It's got the dynamism of 5, and it's got the eternal structuring of 7, which means it's going to repeat itself in seemingly eternal patterns. So 8 then becomes how are these eternal patterns or seemingly eternal patterns structured? And that's time, right? How do these patterns of form repeat themselves? So time then comes into alignment with number 8. And number 9 then is the completion of this system. And that all of these forms alchemically become harmonized through the 9th principle. And in the harmonization of these forms, there is a unification that occurs, which thus expresses the unity of 9 as 1. And so we then moved from the scale of 1 to 10, because 1 has to cross the event horizon and bring with it chaos. That's really interesting. Think of chaos as the glue. So you get all these numerations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And these 8 elements then have to combine through the 9th. And the 9th is the bringing them all together to complete it. But it needs that X ingredient for it to be totally unified, which means a 9 needs to dive through the center of the toric field, represented here as this field of circle, which is the tarot. This white circle around the outside represents the world, the 21st key of the tarot, major arcana. And the 3 triangles, the 3 mothers, and the other 18 elements are represented in the other 9 relationships, which are shown to us, as the 9 relationships of yang and the 9 relationships of yin. And you can see there we have the masculine expression on the left and the feminine expression on the right, and the 3 associative perspectives. And those 3 associative perspectives in the center represent the 3 fundamental states of alchemy as well. So we can see how these numbers sort of are keystones. And here's the important thing. When we recognize that this is the major arcana we're looking at here, and the numbers around it are the minor arcana, right? And these minor arcana are the numerations. This is the lightning bolt. So each one of those numbers represents a sphere. Important to recognize this. We're looking at one circle, but that one circle is actually 9 circles, and they're all superimposed over each other. And those 9 circles superimposed over each other, there's a placeholder for each of those circles, which is the number, the numeration. That's the masculine aspect. And those masculine aspects represent the 9 different spheres. It is then these little lines that represent the relationships from one sphere to another. Like if you look, for example, and you take like hypothetically, let's say you just take a one right off the top. Let's say you take the sun, and the sun represents the connection between the first sphere and the 6th sphere, right? That the sun is that prana that connects kether to, which is your crown, your unity, your monad, to the harmonies which express the essence of self, which is Venus, which is represented obviously as Tiferet, which is beauty. So, this psyop of 6 related to the sun, it's a total psyop. Sorry, guys. There is no such thing as the sun having its place in Tiferet. Tiferet was traditionally seen as Venus, number 6, because it represents beauty. How does the sun relate to beauty? Huh? The sun, beauty. Venus, beauty. It makes a lot more sense when you actually put it in perspective. So you can see that the relationship between the self, the core, that which is the self, which is the essence of beauty, which is the child within us, the divine child, right, is related to the one. And this is the number 19, which is the sun. 19 obviously represents the solar presence. The solar presence is from whence the prana is being pushed out. So the prana is pushed out, and that causes all the green things to grow, and it produces the sugars of energy. And so that energy is the life source of energy. Hence, 1 and 6 has got such an important connection. And this is why the hexagram and the hexagon are so important in magic, because we're tapping on that life force connection directly from the solar potential. This is why all the ancient mystery religions that used magic would have had an important connection with the sun. You look at ancient Egypt, the Greeks, Helios was the key. So when we start to recognize these relationships, we can start to sort of clearly see differentiations in space and time. 1 to 6 is that prana. So 1 carries a very subtle shadow. And that very subtle shadow the 1 carries, which is a relationship between the 1st sphere and the 6th sphere, is that the sun, the solar radiance, which is quite interesting. Because if you think about, from the 1st to the 2nd, that's polarity. From polarity to the 4th, to the 3rd, that polarity is becoming expressed as a shadow of the beginnings of form. That form taking root is expressed in 4 as space. Right. And that space being expressed as dynamic, as moving, gets to 5. Now, 5 is where we find the phi. Phi, not an accident. You look at the pentagram, the mathematics of a pentagram. 1 pentagram, if you draw a pentagram, right, and you allow the line across to continue, you will find that that will become a smaller pentagram and a smaller pentagram and a smaller pentagram using the same lines. And within those lines, you'll find that there's an exact ratio of phi. Hence, the pentagram carries the angles of 72 and 108. And 72 and 108 is a rather important thing, because when you've got 36, right? And then you've got 36 plus 36, 72. And then you've got 72 plus 36, 108. Can you see phi being represented in this progression? Right? The progression of phi is 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, right? This is how phi works. So if we look at it from that perspective, we can say 36, then 36 plus 36, then 72 plus 36, right? And we then can extrapolate to 108 plus 72, right? Now we've got 180. Those are the 3 points of a triangle, right? You see how interesting this gets. So we find that the scale of these progressions are not coincidental at all, and they represent the sort of cosmic structure of space. And the space of number 5 is thus carrying the essence of life. Hence 6 then becomes the harmonizer, where these life forces now need to be bound in harmony in order to maintain balance. For life is about the harmonies of the different potentials. The body has to maintain harmony. Temperature can't go too high, can't go too low. Metabolism can't go too fast, can't go too slow. Everything's got to be kept in check exactly. If your temperature goes 2 degrees higher, you're running a fever that can threaten your life. If your temperature goes 2 degrees lower, you're running hypothermia that can threaten your life. 2 degrees is all it takes to end your life. Something to think about. It's a very small movement required. And so the harmonies need to be maintained. And the harmonies thus are the sphere of Venus, which is why if you see the Empress card, you can see that she is showing you the abundance of life. And so the abundance of life is being carried through the sphere. Hence, number 1 has to feed that sphere. So you can see how there's these subtle relationships between the first number and the 6th number. And you can see, as you look closer, you can see there's a number of other relationships as well that are like rather important. Like if you, for example, if you look here, you'll probably be able to see like, okay, look at the number 2 and the number 7, right? The star. There's something interesting. The star obviously represents the Aquarius, right? So 2 is that potential, yeah? And that potential is being reflected in the fulfillment of the spiritual. Because of the spiritual nature of spirit, potential exists because spirit implies itself upon matter. And so you see the star becomes this fundamental relationship between the two. You want to think of number 3, the principle of expansion. What keeps the principle of expansion in check? Okay, so let me break this down so you can see like how the major arcana. The devil, if I were to do a tarot reading for you and I saw the devil, you know what it might mean? It might mean addictions. It might mean problems that you are stuck in, that it has to do with sensory gratification. It could be alcoholism. It could be drugs. It could be addictions to sex, right? Or a debauchery falls into that tarot card, right? So what does 3 represent? 3 represents expansion, right? But expansion that's not bound and not held in check, what does it become? The joviality of let's open another bottle of wine. Hey, that's so nice. Oh, this is such a wonderful, expansive conversation. Let's open another bottle of wine. Let's party. What stone did the Greeks put in their wine to stay sober? Think for a moment. Amethyst. Why did they put amethyst in their stone? Because amethyst is related to this particular principle. Why? Because it's Saturn, right? And so amethyst is related to that particular frequency. And the devil connects the number 8 to number 3. 8 is about restrictions. So 8 is about control and restriction, self-control. So how do you balance number 3 with number 8? How? The devil. The devil is what is required is restriction. When you see the two beings, the Adam and Eve idea, with the chains around their neck, everybody automatically relates that to, oh, well, they're trapped and they can easily free themselves. Does anyone think that maybe they want to be there? Maybe they want to be there for the greater good. Maybe these are two forces within yourself that you need to keep in check. Maybe that continual expansiveness of Jupiter means excess, and the excess can lead to debauchery. And so that card, the devil, represents that balance between Saturn, contraction, and the expansion of Jupiter, which, if left unchecked, becomes addictions. You see? So, and you can see how the tarot has been modeled upon these very, very specific ideas. So when we take that into consideration, it's fairly clear that all of these numerations and all of these major arcana have a place. And we've only just looking at the masculine elements, right? When you look at the feminine, there's yet another kind of a relationship. Look at the number 2. 2 represents the moon. 2 represents potential. What is potential's relationship with Mars? Number 9, the tower. Tower is the Mars potential. 9 enforces itself on 2. Why? Because once again, 2 is the potential, the polarity between being alive and not being alive. So from an occult perspective, the number 2 and the moon represents life and death. Very important to understand this. So the tower represents the inflictions of transformation and change upon 2. That it's inevitable that we will pass away, right? It's inevitable that we will change. In the processes of transformation, which is what 9 represents, in its feminine side, Scorpio, in its masculine side, Aries, that's pushing towards Scorpio, towards that fundamental transformation. Spring is here to transform the world, to bring forth new life. But to bring forth new life of spring, we have to have the old life of Scorpio, right? Being removed. That transition is rather the key and rather fundamental to the whole process. So you can see why Mars's tower is that representation between 2 and 9. It's showing that the potentials of 2 will lead to a destruction of what was before, because that's what potential does. The moment potential is brought to completion, number 9, it has to destroy what was there before in order for that potential to become a new actualization or reality. So you can see how all of these numbers sort of dance, but they're all about limitations, meeting other limitations, and how these limitations imply themselves upon other limitations. And this is essentially the music of the 9 spheres and how they touch each other. And so you can see there's this fundamental touching here, as we were saying, between the 9th sphere and the 2nd sphere. But then there's also another fundamental touching here between the 9th sphere and the 4th sphere. You see how the 9th sphere and the 4th sphere touch? What is that card? Death. That's Scorpio. That's transformation. Why do you think the Chinese people think the number 4 represents death? Have you ever wondered what that's about? It's got to do with the transformation that is leading to the crystallization. That too is going to bring about destruction because of 4. Because when things become stuck, they become crystallized. They then have to be brought into a dynamic motion. That dynamic motion is the dissolution. That moving from 4 to 5 is the dissolution of the crystal. And the dissolution of the crystal means the crystal can no longer be. It has to change. Mercury has to imply its transformative movement into this equation. So we can see 9 represents Scorpio, right here on our other wheel. And that Scorpio relates to the number 4. And then we can see the tower, which is Mars, is represented between the relationship between 9 and 2. That's a more archetypal relationship in terms of fundamental. But the relationship on the masculine side between the 9, when we look at the masculine enneagram, and 4 is a more actualizing, externalizing potential. And so we can see how these little wheels turn and how the turning of these wheels represent these 9 different spheres touching each other in different ways, right? We looked at the sun, number 1, touching number 6, right? But here we see number 1 touching number 8, the moon. Isn't that interesting? The 1 touches the number 8 through the moon. The moon is Pisces, right? And so that's very interesting. That's also another very powerful Jupiterian element, but the feminine element of Jupiter being brought into check here. So you can see the number 1 is touching 8, Saturn, right, through the moon, and it is touching Jupiter's externalization in terms of its archetypal representation of form, its sphere related to it, through the number 3. But and you can see what it's doing. It's doing that through temperance. So what is temperance? Temperance, and that's a really interesting perspective. That is the tempering of things, right? So now we're getting like a really deep sort of understanding of the sublimation that exists between 1 and 8, right? Which is necessary. This is why number 1 has the ability to be creative, because it gets the sublimation of number 8 that has got the full picture. And 1 then carefully hands that through the temperance to number 3, right? And you can see here, let's get a look at the temperance card for you. So you can see
Yeah, I wanted to quickly mention while you pull that up that 4 is associated with death, because 4 is a homophone in the Asian languages. The sound of the word death sounds like the number 4. So they've drawn associations because of the similarities of the pronunciation.
And that's because the pronunciation is reflecting the sacred geometry of numbers.
And the symbol might have etymology with the number, so they may be having a common root to each other since they're so similar in their pronunciation.
Exactly, and the sound is cymatics, right? So the sound is a cymatic representation of shape, and the shape is a symbolic representation of numer. Numer being breath, being the number, right? So the pneuma is the life substance, and the life substance is these structures. So if we look at temperance here for a moment, right? Let's see if I can get a good one, right? There we go. Now, temperance obviously is obviously a really important one. Here we can see this is the 14th key, right? And it's really a clue to what we're looking at here in its fundamental form. Look at what it's doing. It's tempering number 3. Why? Because number 3, without the tempering, can just expand endlessly. That's that debaucherous potential we're talking about. So you can see how the yin and the yang are binding the forces of number 3 to the forces of contraction and restriction. And this represents bringing the potential between the 2 cups. Isn't that beautiful when you really look at it there? Oh, sorry. I did not bring that. Where is it? Is it gone? Sorry, that fell off the screen for some reason. Oh, there it is. Don't know why it wasn't on the screen. It should have been there. So there you can see, for example, the fundamental connection. And temperance is also really an interesting idea, because temperance is it's very closely associated with Jupiter, right? And it's related to wisdom. And it's basically got to do with the essence of the bow and the target that's related to the centaur that is targeting that bow at Antares in the zodiac. So this card represents Sagittarius, naturally, right? And so the Sagittarius is the positive side of Jupiter, where Pisces is the negative side of Jupiter. And so you can see how, when you look at this, it's, I mean, I couldn't have even made this up, right? You can see how number 1 brings Pisces to 8, and 1 brings Temperance to number 3, which is Sagittarius. But it touches the occult mysteries through the number 1, through Pisces. So Pisces is very much about the sublimation elements. So you can see the relationship between 3 and 8 is a double prong, using the masculine and the feminine to reach 8 on that one enneagram. And on the masculine enneagram, it's a direct relationship between the devil. You can see that there are 3 relationships connecting Jupiter to Saturn, just as an example. So this is how time and expansion and the contraction of time are sort of related in a very like closely knitted circle, something which you're not really going to get in occult books. You're reading occult books, you're wasting your time, right? You're studying the so-called occult mysteries of the people from the 1600s. Most of them just copied the work of Agrippa. Agrippa wasn't even a magician. He didn't do practical work. He would not be able to compile a system like this out of just looking at it and seeing how it fits together, because that comes from an experiential path. And you'll find that all the people that wrote these books are not experiential magicians. So these numerations each carry a different quality of limitation. And those limitations, I think, are the key to understanding the nature of chaos. Because when you remove all of the numerations, what have you got left? I don't know. What do you think, Cosmic? How does this fit into your system as well?
Can you repeat the question? Just like, you went over a lot of stuff. Can I just get like a general? I was kind of like zoning out for a second there, focusing on something else.
How does the idea of all the numerations representing masculine potential and the no number representing the feminine, and by removing all the different aspects of the masculine, even though there are 9 of them, there's actually just one sphere combining all 9 spheres, right? As the masculine sort of points around the circle, but the feminine represents that sort of lifeblood of the system. How does that sort of relate to your system, if that makes sense?
I guess it would probably just kind of go to the dynamic of key and gate Zerfax, is the idea that the gate kind of representing the Zerfax of sort of like the infinite potential, and the key representing the C that comes the center nexus of that Zerfax, which then creates, the world. So that would mean that it would make sense that you would quantify it in different numbers and aspects, because in a lot of ways, if you think of each Zerfax, like you have like your bubble, but you can put whatever kind of object you want into that bubble, whether, like a tree or a pyramid or whatever. It doesn't really matter. And so there's all these different potentials that can exist sort of within it. So, and as for, numbers, it's really kind of like I was mentioning earlier about how, when you align reality in different numbers of bubbles, you can kind of understand the dimensional layout of everything. And the thing that's interesting is that the actual numbers themselves, like, don't matter, in the sense that eventually, just following the numbers, you eventually just get to that kind of that spheroidal sort of Zarfax understanding, where you start to realize that things have those different thresholds that go beyond certain circles or whatever. But I think the number 4 is actually very interesting, because I think in a lot of ways that the number 4 is sort of, from a Zarfax perspective, how we sort of like make sense of experience, because you have 1, which is sort of your environment that you exist in, your experience of the bubble, that's your normal 5-day senses. Then you have the internal experience, which is sort of the mind's eye and what's going on in your imagination, what's going on. That's another sphere. And then your 3rd sphere is sort of your internal, but the emotional dimension, just how you sort of just feel. And then the fourth sphere obviously relates to how you relate to the external world around you and sort of the sphere that's outside of your control. So everything kind of bases itself on that principle. And that, when it comes to consciousness and how it evolves, there's certain, like, it basically, you can kind of quantify it with a number of Zerfaxes, someone can perceive. Because so for if you're, just pure animal consciousness, right? You kind of have like, just one Zerfax of perception, in that you kind of, you're based on your instincts, your environment, but you're really just thinking nothing more than, essentially your survival. And then you become, maybe a little bit more of an intellectual creature, and you start becoming more creative, and you can use your imagination. And then you add another Zerfax to your perception. And then that creature then evolves to become emotional and, et cetera, and it has actual empathy. That's another dimension of consciousness, another Zerfax of perception. And then that animal becomes part of a tribe, part of a community, part of a world. And there's another Zerfax of understanding. And so within, basically, their perception is that when you get to 4 Zerfaxes of understanding, of perception, that's when you actually begin to develop a sense of self. So with the Chinese saying that the 4 represents death would essentially be the dissolution of those 4 nodes. So it would make sense then that, 4 would be associated with death.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like in the Taoist system, they relate that the qi needs to always be flowing. If the qi isn't flowing, the shen isn't flowing, then the jing isn't flowing. That means the channels are blocked. And it's the same with Ayurveda, right? You need to have the nadis open and all the chakras. What are the chakras? Okay. Oh my gosh. Tuition, are you in the house? I'm wondering whether there's some kind of a problem with the chat, by the way, because I've just looked and I see that there's two different chat things here, which is really, really interesting. So there's one where I've got Cosmic. So Cosmic, you're writing in the one, right? But I don't see Cosmic writing in the other one. Okay, maybe I do. I'm just wondering if I'm getting all the... Why is Cosmic's writing not coming through to this one? It's like I haven't been getting your chat things up to date. Now it seems like it's flowing better. And I see Vince 7:26 p.m. Okay. So we're finally getting like... I noticed that there wasn't any chat coming through on my StreamYard for a long time, and now it all seems like it's back. But for those of you that are noticing that there's no chat, realize that there are 2 streams. If you go back to my channel header, go back to Bush Whisperer, youtube.com/@bushwhisperer, you'll see in the live that there are 2 different ones. And the one is for the mobile phone and the other one is for bigger screens. But my girlfriend swears blind that the mobile one is crappy and that the other one is better. The only reason I put them both on is because YouTube doesn't want to show the big screen one to new people. So that's my way to loop around. If you guys want to help to make sure that it gets out there, just smash the like button and share this to wherever, your YouTube channel or Facebook or wherever you share stuff. That'll help to get the algorithms to start recognizing, that people should see this. I wanted to get in for a moment, and I loved what you said, Cosmic. About the number 4. I think like there's been so much brainwashing about the Christianization of things, and I think the Kabbalah, as we know it, even though it's not supposed to be Christian, has been so heavily polluted by Christendom, right? Even in the Jewish circles, like I don't believe that Judaism is an ancient religion. Sorry. I believe it's a modern religion that's more modern than Christianity. How's that? As we know it. I think whatever the people were practicing BC, it was not Judaism, not the way we know it, not the way we understand it. I think that these were all a much more modern idea that carried the legends from ancient people like Solomon And if you think about what Solomon is, right? Sol is the sun in Greek. Amon Ra, the sun in Egypt. And the Greeks recognized that their heritage was from the ancient Egyptian. So Solomon, to me, seems like a hybridization between the Greek and the Egyptian knowledge put together. And so maybe there was somebody, a king, that had both of these keys. And our tuition, that's an interesting point. It's a very interesting point. I wanted to point out, systematic. Welcome. How you doing, Toby? Amun Ra. Yeah, Ra is the sun, and Amun Ra is the form of the sun, right? So that's an interesting point. At different times, they were incorporated into each other. So, and the word Amen comes from that. So Amun Ra represents, if you want to look at it from this perspective, right? From the enneagrammic perspective, right? Is that relationship between 1 and 6, that would be Amun Ra, right? If that makes sense. As the relationship that's very esoteric, where Ra is number 1, the sun, but Amun Ra is the esoteric nature of Ra. So there's an interesting perspective there, I think, in the way that these names were used in ancient times. I wanted to undress this bloody, this complete and utter psyop that to me is just like poison. It's poison flowing through our veins, poison. And somebody's got to like say something about this, so-called. Look, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of good knowledge to be gained from Hermetic Kabbalah. There's a lot of good knowledge to be gained from Jewish Kabbalah. There's a lot of good knowledge to be gained from watching a child roll around in the dirt, right? There's good knowledge everywhere to the earnest seeker. But this picture that they're showing us here, for me, is a travesty. And the way that they have aligned these paths just doesn't add up. So they go between the number 4 and the number 5. And what do they align there? Strength. Between 4 and 5. This is like somebody just randomly aligned these numbers, right? They've randomly aligned the number 6 with the number 1, which is a correct alignment. But they put there the moon, right? And there's something about that just doesn't add up, right?
Well, aren't the numbers supposed to go in order of one another? You're supposed to go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, 7, 8 to 9 to 10, right? So they kind of have to be connected when they're adjacent to each other.
My point is the way that they've done it is it's an ascending spiral, right? It's ascending from matter to the spirit, and it's the serpent path. So the serpent path starts like if I get right down to it. Let me show you guys. So here is the 32nd path, Tav. Yeah.
It moves like a lightning bolt across the labyrinth, but it could be considered like a spiral in like the 3 dimensions.
Yeah, the lightning bolts are the numerations. Those are the 1 to 9 that add up to form the 10, right? So the 1 to 9 becomes the 10. That's the lightning bolts. The serpent path is the major arcana, and the serpent path are what we're looking at now. So the serpent path is the 32nd path. So the first 10 are considered the first 10 paths in Hermetic Kabbalah, right? Then the 32nd path is considered the world of the Tara, right? You should be able to see it written down there. Does it show there? The universe, you see there? If you look at the bottom, you'll see the word the universe. Then the 31st path, which is the last judgment is the second last tarot trump, which is the 31st path here. And then the moon, right, which is the second last, the third last is the is Kof, is the moon. And you can see as you go here from the like the 29th path to the 28th path, you see the star. And so if you climb this backwards, if you put the major arcana down and reverse their order, they will climb up till the bet becomes the 12th path, right? And the no numbered path becomes Aleph, becomes this relationship between polarity, which is the number 2, which in numerology relates to the lunar, the moon, and 1, which traditionally in numerology relates to the sun, right? So they have sort of changed everything around here. And that principle of the spirit of Aleph represents the card Fool. And between the number 3 and the number 1, they've put in here the idea of the magician, right? And some of these numbers, you can see that they can sort of make sense. But if you really carefully associate it, they don't all make sense elementally in terms of the elemental distribution between those elements of the different sephiroth. And they have just tried to sort of match this in to its place. And it's really, really interesting because like for example, right? Mime, for example, the Hanged Man, number 8 and number 5, the connection between 8 and 5. Saturn and Mercury, the Hanged Man. It doesn't make that much sense if you really look at it, like what it's actually representing here. And if you look at, for example, the number between 8 and 7, Mars, the Tower, they've just randomly sort of decided to associate these spheres so that it can fit into their little idea. And a lot of them don't fit. Like this is a problem that I always had with this tree of life, which is why I always had to look at it and take it with a pinch of salt, right? Between the number 2 and number 4, Zahin, right? The lovers. It doesn't tally, right? And a far more correct association between the number 1 and the number 6, right, would be the card for the sun. If you want to look at the symbolism related to the spheres. So what they are trying to explain to you is that when you travel these paths, this is used for practical path working. They are trying to cause you to associate that when you travel the path of Saturn, right, you end up at the 9th sphere, right? And when you travel the path of the sun, you end up at the 8th sphere, right? And when you travel the path of Mars, right, you end up at the 7th sphere. When you travel the path of transformation and death, you end up at the 6th sphere. And so this is what they're trying to tell you, where transformation has got very little to do with the number 6. Just doesn't tally, right? So you're now supposed to bend your ideologies and your belief systems to fit in all this nonsense. And so they've got an intricate system of making excuses for and trying to excuse why this is like this, and but it's like that because of this, and it's like that because people have been extrapolating, trying to make this make sense for a long time, instead of just throwing it out on the garbage heap where it belongs and really looking at this in a more conscientious and responsible way. Which is why, like, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? So the Hanged Man, right? The number 5 and number 8, right? But the Hanged Man also represents the number 8 and number 2. And it also represents the number 2 and number 5. So the Hanged Man is a very special card. The same thing with the card for the final judgment. It's a very special card. Same thing with the card for the Fool. It's a very special card. It doesn't fit into just one path. These are the 3 mother letters of the Kabbalah. To just stick them on one path randomly like you have the others, it's just like you're trying to bastardize it into form. You got to understand that these 3 principles are fundamental. From these letters came all the other letters according to the Kabbalistic philosophy. So how do they just each have one little place on the tree? They are like rather fundamental pivoting aspects of how the number 1 and number 7 and number 4 relate to each other. And the way that these 3 elements relate to each other produces the perspective of the Last Judgment. And the way in which the number 2 and number 5 and number 8 relate to, okay, let's look at the Hangman. It represents the element of water, right? So what does water represent? Well, the number 2 is the moon. The moon has a very powerful effect on water. So on an actualizing fact, 2. What is number 5? Mercury. What do we speak of Mercury? We speak of maritime. Mercury rules over maritime trade. Hello? The oceans, water. Number 8, Saturn. Saturn has strong relations with water, right? The cohesion elements of water and the restriction of what water represents is being bound in number 8. So you can see how the relationship between 2 and 8 and 5. 8 is money, right? Why is 8 called money? The ruling money. You have a dream about a spider with 8 legs, you're dreaming about money. Why? But the word money has got the moon in it. Why? Because of the relationship between the number 8 and number 2 and number 5, right? 8 controls number 5 through number 2, money, the moon. 2's relationship with 8 is based upon the number 5. That's the movement, the dynamic movement. So that's why you say 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8. Oh, that's an interesting relation. And when we look at 1, 4, and 7, we've got another very interesting perspective coming into play here, right? Because we can see how 1 and 4 are related. 4 is got to do with the Uranus, right? It's got to do numerologically, classically. And so it relates to the North Node, which relates to our future. 1 is moving towards the future. 7 keeps these 2 in check. 7 has got to do with the inner mysteries of the spirit. So the inner mysteries of the spirit bind Uranus and the sun in a triad, in the same way that we can see number 9 representing the powerful transformation is binding the principle of Jupiter, which is the expansiveness to move beyond that what was. However, it needs to be bound by the law of harmonies, vibration, number 6. So we see the 3, 6, 9. Hence, when you look at any of the 3 mother letters, you see 3, 6, 9, right? So the first of the air element represents number 9. The 8 and the 5 and the 2 represent 6. And the fire, which is the 1, the 4, and the 7, represents 12, which is 3. So you see fire 3, water 6, air 9. 9 dances between 6 and 3. Why? When you add 6 to 3, you get 9. 9 sits between 6 and 3. You see? So if you take 9 and you subtract 3 from it, you get 6. If you take 9 and subtract 6 from it, you get 3. 9 stands between. In the Kabbalah, the Aleph stands between the Shin and the Mem. So you can see here, these are true Kabbalistic principles being relayed here, and they have nothing to do with that ridiculous, stupid, mindless, straight line, curvy tree that everybody's been preaching about, written about by people who read books, written by people who read books, written by people who read books. None of them were practitioners. None of them were actual magicians. They were all just theoretical, because if they were actual magicians, they wouldn't have been writing books, because it was very clear. Go back right to the beginning. The masters were very clear. This stuff was not to be written down. So why were they writing it down? Well, if you want to create a psyop, that's how it's done. Now, all the psyop has become the craze of the so-called occult community, and you've got all these mindless zappers just reading these books and thinking they understand metaphysics and hermetics and stuff, but they don't even understand the basic principles that are aligning these tarot and what they are. And so when you look at the masculine and feminine representations of the enneagram, the left and the right, you can see similar relationships here, right? For example, the wheel. What is the wheel? The wheel is turning. What needs to get a wheel turning? Motion, number 5, right? So the turning of the wheel, which represents Jupiter in its pure form, is pegged into number 5. That also relates to the element of water, by the way. 5, maritime. 1 to 5, the wheel. 1 is the sun, the solar disk. But that energy has got to be rotating and spinning in order for it to fill your pranic flow. That's why number 4 represents not being like the transformation that's going to end whatever you were. So you need to be constantly dancing between 5 and 4. That's why 54 is such a sacred number. That's why 45 is such a sacred number. 45, if you add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you end up with the 45, which is all the numbers of the Enneagram added up, right? And so that's like in itself quite really interesting. 54 is a half of 108. 108 being that important reflection of the number 5. So you see there's no reflection as to why the expansive principle of the wheel is so fundamentally important. And you can go level by level. Strength. What does strength represent? Well, 6 is the harmony. What is 2? 2 is potential. Oh, so 2 represents the potential, potency, potential. 6 is binding the potency of 2 into harmony. That's what strength represents if you get right down to it, right? So it's really important to recognize why these numbers fit. And I didn't invent this, by the way. I discovered it. I was thinking how I'm going to fit these on. And I just meditated on it. And the guides came to me and they said to me, dude, look, look. I was like, what do you mean, look? They were like, look, it's already done. You don't have to do it. I was like, oh my God. All I got to do is just literally drop the major arcana onto it the way it is. Yes, it fits. There's a reason why the major arcana fits into this like seamlessly, and the symbolism speaks loudly with clarity without all of that necessity to, oh, well, we know that the elements don't sort of match, but we're going to say that it's because of this and because of that and you know, because of everything else as it relates to this tree of life. Does that make sense, what I'm showing you guys here?
Yeah, absolutely. So many great insights. I can tell that you meditated on this and were able to extract a lot of wisdom from the connections there. And it's really beautiful how we can see all the different extractions from all of dots. You brought up the go back to what you were talking about Tourette and the association with the sun, also in addition to the mention of Amun Ra. But I wanted to mention there are a lot of cultures, including the Canaanites, and I do want to use this slide. That I don't know what happened. Can we get the slide back?
Oh yeah. So you were breaking up. I didn't know if it was my side or your side.
Yeah. So if I go out again, just let me know if I'm breaking up. But no, I wanted to mention that including the Canaanites that had it so it does make sense. The different societies that have associated God with the Japanese with
Indie.
the most
Indie.
Yeah.
You know what I think is struggling on your side is your upload. If you try to turn off your camera and wait for 5 seconds and talk, let's see if it's going to be a more clear stream just while you're talking, just for now, because your voice keeps robotically phasing out.
Thank you. Is it any better now? Should I wait a minute?
Well, it comes and goes, but if it starts to phase out again, Try it without your camera just for a minute and see if it gets better.
Yeah, that works. Hopefully this will be a little more clear. What I was trying to say is that there are many societies that have associated with the goddess, with the sun, including the Canaanites. But those societies also include the Japanese mythology, where they had Amaterasu, which is the most well-known association with the goddess being connected to the sun. Also, the Norse and Germanic mythology, Sol was known as Una. In the Baltic mythology, it was Swal or Swale. And then in the Canaanite and Arabian mythology, the goddess was known as Shapash. And so, in addition to Shapash, the concept of the Holy Spirit is associated with Baba in Aramaic original, but then shifted to Abba, the Heavenly Father. But Baba was associated with Mother Earth being within us. The divine within was connected to Mother Earth originally in Aramaic, which was then shifted. So there's a lot of shifts away from the her story into the his story, where they've just completely taken away the female deities, which were later demonized and then sometimes just eradicated and replaced with a male aspect. But the fact that Tiphareth is associated with 6 is a bit baffling to me as well. And so I would consider maybe more of a 5 or a 7 to be associated with the sun. 5 being transformation, as the sun goes through many phases in the sky, goes into the underworld. 7 being associated with the sun, 7 being a full system in the divine, and the sun being very divine. So 6 is a bit perplexing, but harmony and balance and beauty definitely be more associated with the goddess. And there are a few other societies that associate the sun with the goddess. We have the Anatolian and Hittite mythology associating the goddess of the sun, Arena, and then the Inuit mythology, Melina, and then the Chinese mythology, Jihei. So that's something I wanted to mention about Tiferet and the goddess associated with the sun, which could bring more illumination to that strange association that they had in the Sephirothic labyrinth. But also, the mention of Amun Ra made me think that, yes, there's a lot of esotericism in Amun Ra, basically because I feel that Amun Ra itself is a psyop. A lot of people consider Amun Ra and Ra to potentially be the same thing. But one thing is that Amun Ra came about 1,000 years later, according to the dates that we put with the Commission deities now. But there was definitely a large distance of time between Ra, which was a primary solar god associated, that had kind of come into a time where originally Ptah had created the world, had created the cosmos rather, and it was a dark, watery abyss that he had created. But then a shift happened with the Zep Tepi, and the Ben arose from the dark abyss, the watery abyss. Finally, dry land emerged, and it was considered to be the Ben stone. And after the Ben stone arose from the watery abyss, it was only then that the sun god rose from the horizon over that land where life began. And so Ra is not only associated with the sun, but Ra is also associated with the primordial source mind. And so this is one of the more original gods that was worshipped in the most ancient times of the Commission Empire. Later on, Amun Ra came in after Amun had been established as an air god associated with the ram. He was considered to be the hidden one. So Amun Ra is, to me, associated with Marduk, having moved from Mesopotamia into ancient Egypt. And then he was given 50 names. So he was associated in Egypt as Amun Ra, according to my studies. And so he wanted to use the concept of Amun being the hidden one, since he is unseen and hidden, and the concept of Ra as posing as the solar god, but being more associated with the black sun or with Nibiru, since Marduk had renamed Nibiru after himself, which is the dark star. So the binary star to the sun. So in its way, it's the sun in itself, but the dark sun. But I mention this because the psyop involved in Amun-Ra is that there were two cults. There was the cult of Ra and there was the cult of Amun. And those two cults were warring with each other at the time when he came in to enslave the people and take away the high priestess class. And through the advent of gold as money, he lured the high priestesses to receive money for the sacred rites of the orgiastic rites in the temples to be able to yield the rain for the crops, which was later associated with the semen of Baal raining from the heavens to fertilize the crops, when he re-represented himself in Canaan as Baal and Molech, and then later Yahweh. But basically, in the secret cult of Amun, they took the high priestess class of the sacred matriarchy and demonized it by considering them to be temple prostitutes. And then they were exiled from the temples and just put onto the streets and demonized. At which point the high priest took over and changed the rites of the afterlife that were granted to people in the underworld through Ma'at and Thoth, with Anubis holding the scale, Ma'at plucking the feather to weigh it against the heart, and then Thoth inscribing the judgment that was made. Basically, that whole process was done to see if someone had lived a lighthearted life where they had overcome their transgression, and then they could be granted in the matriarchal times to be able to rise to become a star and shine their wisdom of the light of their soul onto all of the cosmos to guide others in the darkness of the night. Even the shining light was evident in the stars above, which were from those who had ascended their spirit in their life to be able to transcend mortality and become a star. But after the secret cult of Amun-Ra took away the high priestess class, the high priest decided that only people that were able to afford to pay the priests would then never be able to become a star, but would have to pay a priest even if they wanted to be reincarnated, which was granted to everyone in the matriarchy. That was a worst case scenario. But in the high priest class, it became a best case scenario. And only if you were able to pay a large sum to the high priest would you be able to be granted reincarnation. And they imposed the fear conditioning by the idea that if you did not pay the high priest to be able to become reincarnated, you would be devoured by Sobek, the crocodile-headed god, or sometimes it was a female crocodile-headed goddess. I think that shifted to the male figure later. But basically, by being devoured by the crocodile-headed god, you were basically eradicated from ever having existed. So that was more of an impetus to be able to find those funds, to be able to pay the high priest, to know that you would be not only be able to be reincarnated, but your existence would not be eradicated from ever having existed. Your record of existence would be able to be maintained. So Amun-Ra performed a very dark and ominous and sinister and terrible transformation to the Comitian rights and to the ruling classes. There was a big shift away from the sharing of power between the syzygy of the high priestess and her aligning high priest into the eradication of women from having power in the temple and only men being able to have that power, of course, using it without accountability and instead instilling greed as their main impetus for their work there in the temple. So it kind of was a shift that we've seen that's taken control of modern day society as well. So I wanted to mention that for those of you who don't understand the difference between Ra and Amun-Ra, there is a vast difference between those two figures.
I love that you shared that, dear brother. And I'm gonna show you like how that's represented. And it's really interesting.
Can I make some comments on the Kabbalistic tree of life before you move on to this next point? Because I kind of want to mention one thing that has occurred to me, because you guys are talking about, you know, how the tree of life, how the planets are in the wrong association that doesn't fit with this sphere, doesn't fit with this number. I think of it like this. It's like if you think of the tree of life as like a sequence of code, like you write a sequence of code in a program, and then that code then gets executed and a result comes from that. And what the tree of life is essentially a code script that creates the entire universe, right? So if you think about what's happening when you change a code, it's not that the code doesn't work anymore. It's just that you essentially create either a new program or the program has different features, different things happen. So if you think about it from this way, if you think about I think instead of looking at it, oh, they're putting this in the wrong hodgepodge, situation, this doesn't fit there. Maybe think of it more like, this is how the elites are basically creating modern society and the modern world by sort of reprogramming the Kabbalistic tree of life so that the associations and the planetary alignments then work to create the desired world and outcome that they want us to believe in. So, and that's what's kind of interesting with Zarfaxology is that I basically learned that with Zerfax is you can kind of like take apart and reconfigure, beliefs and universes and sort of metaphysical belief systems in the same way you can take apart a computer, all the circuit boards, chips, etc., and then rebuild it and put it back together again. And I've been basically doing that with different belief systems. So when you look at the Kabbalistic tree of life, which is pretty Zarfaxological, in my opinion, just in terms of how everything reflects from different spheres. And a lot of the Fey magic that I talk about is about, and what they've been telling me, is that if you sort of change the symbols within these Zerfax maps, you get different results, and you can just kind of experiment and just kind of like, whatever universe you can come up with, depending upon what combination you make. So when I look at the Kabbalistic tree of life having different like associations, what that's telling me is that it's not that they're incorrectly interpreting the Kabbalistic tree of life. They're trying to repurpose the tree of life to create a different effect and a different magical outcome than its original intent.
That's exactly the point. They're trying to create ignorance in human consciousness, and they're trying to create ignorance in anybody that uses this tree of life. That's the purpose. So it's like I go into a schoolroom and I teach the children, listen, when you say up, it actually means down. Right. When you say down, it means left. When you say left, it means behind you. Shh. And I say that to like a whole lot of students. Then when they're trying to communicate with each other, they get into a state of incoherency because I've managed to brainwash a group of people into believing that when the word up is said, it means down. So there's a lack of cohesion. There's a lack of integrity. And so what they do is they cause people to misunderstand the meaning of symbols. And there's a reason for it, though, and you're completely right. I think they want to reprogram reality, but they can't just reprogram reality without us. They need us to be dumbed down to a sufficient level of stupidity and have no real understanding of the fundamental symbolisms so that they can manipulate our life force energy. And they've learned to manipulate our life force energy quite well, but now they want to take it to the next level. They want to actually reshape the physical biosphere of matter in the image that they want it to be in. But there has to be a corruption. And the corruption means that there's obviously some way that they can exploit this. But like this is really essentially at the core of it. You're completely right. They are doing it by design, and because they want to change our perspectives of things. You see, there was an insight and a wisdom in humanity in the golden age, and some of that knowledge has survived. They want to stomp it out of existence. The easiest way to stomp it out of existence is to twist it. So if there used to be the ability to build like really, really, really good wind turbines that were highly efficient, what do? You go to the plans and you change this plan for that plan, and you change this piece for that piece, and you ruin the efficiency of the wind turbine so that when the people are building wind turbines, they're just not so efficient. That way, people will stop building wind turbines because it's a waste of their time, right? So what they've done with the Kabbalah is they've taken its efficiency and its effectiveness out of it by messing it up to a point where it's no longer a working system, so that people will use it and think that they're getting somewhere with it, but they're not. I'm pretty sure that the elites have a different system that they use. I don't believe they use this system. I think this system has been created for the mugs to brainwash us, to dumb us down. I think they have a much more a deeper understanding of these principles, which they can then use. So it's sort of like if you want to be the only person that can do proper martial arts, and you want everybody else to be really bad at martial arts, that you can be like the strongest fighter, you could then go to all the martial arts studios and trick them into teaching like watered down version of martial arts, so that none of the people really get any good at martial arts. That way you would be the only one that knows the true traditional proper martial arts. So when they get face to face with you, their martial arts is going to be defunct because they haven't learned the proper stance. So they'll strike, but they won't have the power generated by that strike because they won't understand how to generate traction with the ground and the lines of force and the vectors, and how to balance those vectors in such a way that they maximize the potential of any strike so that it becomes a devastating strike. So no one would then be able to throw a proper punch, hypothetically. So in the land where no one can throw a proper punch and you're the only one that can, it makes you the strongest. You can then dominate everybody else. And I think like that's a crude way of looking at it, but that there's something to that in what's going on here. And getting back to what you were saying, Indy, about Amun-Ra, and this is very interesting. I sort of alluded to it. Oh, and by the way, Indy, your camera wasn't a problem, just so you know. It was your image that you shared had the volume on. I don't know if you can see it on the screen below. That you shared.
God, I'm so sorry. I screwed
that's
that up.
what messed up your volume. Whenever you share that, it causes a reaction. Just remember that. Like if you take that off your screen, and then the next time share it, and then when you're sharing your screen, toggle that little volume button on the right, toggle it off. Otherwise, it tries to play your mic twice. Does that make sense? And that
I was trying to be really good about that before, and I totally spaced out this time. I was really good up until now. Sorry.
No. It happens. I do it myself, man. I forget, and then I go like, "Oh, dope!" Like, and for some reason I didn't see it. I just assumed it was your internet. But when I was looking at it, I was like, "Oh, that's the problem." And I toggled off the volume and took it off the screen and put another image of it without volume on, and suddenly your voice was perfect. But yeah, getting to this idea, Amun-Ra. Okay, so you quite correctly pointed out the relationship between Amun being number 9, right? Mars is numerologically number 9. So, and the sun being the first sphere, and Mars being the 9th sphere, right? So they mixed up the 9th sphere with the first sphere, right? You could say they added the 9th sphere to the first sphere, and they created a union between the 9th and the first. So when you speak about the sun numerologically, you speak about the number 1. Number 1 is traditionally the number of the sun, the first sphere. So from a true like understanding of numerology, you speak of number 1, you speak of the sun. That's why when I think of Kether, do you know what the symbol of Kether is to meditate on? That the Kabbalists teach you? It's a point. They say, imagine a point within the sphere of Kether. A dot in the center of a circle. Hello? What does that tell you? What is a point? Think of astrological glyphs. A point in the center of a circle. What is that? That's the sun. Oh, wow. They literally are meditating on the glyph of the sun, or they're telling you to meditate on the glyph of the sun in Kether. There's something quite interesting in that. But so the sun is number 1. But do you remember what I said? That there is a mystical relationship. So what's the mystic number of the sun? And we find the mystic number of the sun when we look at the elemental table, and we see the element of potassium, potash, right? Potassium. And that's number 19. And that is what is necessary for you see, photosynthesis generates sugar, right? But how does that sugar generate life? Potassium.
Yeah.
So that's how the fruit and the seed gets created in the plant. That's why when you're flowering a plant.
19 also reduces back to 1 in gematria, so I just want to mention that.
Yes. So the number 19 is the mystical number of the sun. So this is why I said to you earlier that subtle difference between Amun-Ra, the number 1 relating to the number 6, carries that 19th path, right? And when you look at the 19th path, right, if you look on the left here, the sun relating number 1 to 6 is showing that that's the mystic nature of the sun's potential. Now, the mystic nature of the sun's potential, we're talking about unmanifest. So we need to step back from 1, which is the new creation, to before the new creation came, which is 9, and add that 9 to the new creation, which is 1. And when you bring that 9 back to the 1, reminiscing it back, sort of almost taking it back to an earlier version of itself, you end up with the number 19. So 19 thus becomes the mystic number of the sun, and that relates to Venus. And Venus then rules the abundance of life, right? This is like why Venus is considered to be, the goddess of nature, right? Because the goddess of nature is all the growth and the spring and the beautiful growing of fruits and abundance. So you can see how the Amun-Ra is carrying that 9. And so this mythology that happened is sort of plotted here. Does that make sense? How they've like mashed up Mars and the sun into 1? 19. That's how you do it. But I think that the reason that the fact that this happened as within, so without, so above, so below, is because there's a cosmic relevance to this happening. And I think that's partially why this might have happened. I mean, I can't say I don't have memories of that thing happening specifically. I have limited memories of Egypt. I don't remember that thing happening. But it's just really interesting. Like you mentioned that 19, I mean, the 9 and the 1. And so that unmanifest nature, the mystic number of the sun, is related to that 19 through potassium. And so you would say that potassium then holds a very important sway upon that particular relationship, right? And potassium then relates to the sun, which is quite interesting, right? So if you take that round and you go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, when you roll around the periodic table, the 19th element ends up back at the sun. Can you see that? On the number 1. So the number 1 then is hydrogen in its first sphere, and in its second sphere it becomes the 10th element, and in its third cycle it becomes the 19th element. So you can see how the periodic table revolves around there, and why 19 sits on 1, because of that secret relationship between 6 and 1, that harmonic vibrational field that is so important. So this is why we speak of the mystic number of things and the actual number, where and you mentioned number 4 as well, didn't you, Indy? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, being the homophone for the name of death and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean that and that's really, really interesting, and we say that 4 represents purpose, right, in English. In fact, that is quite a fascinating concept, because when you look at the original numbers, Aleph, Bet, Gimal, Dalet, right? Dalet is a doorway, yeah? And that doorway is outside of matter, right? And that doorway represents stepping through the archway, which is again an ode to Venus. So that's quite an interesting concept. If you get right down to it and you start to like really break that down, you'll see that there's this fundamental relation to this. And you can see that doorway here is between 4 and 8. You see the Empress? So 4, representing the stagnancy, is brought into maturity and full potential in 8. What is 8? 8 is the green man, right? What we ate is the food I ate today. That's number 8. And Saturn originally was a reaping deity for the reaping of the crops, for wheat and the crops of our food. So we can see the relationship between 4 and 8 in the Empress, which is moving from the stagnancy of the soil, right, to feed through that stagnant degradation in the soil, the crop that will become the food from 8. So that subtle relationship is once again maintained here between 4 and 8. And so we can see like these numerations hold like a lot of potency. And I really think that this is the way to understand chaos, because chaos, this is something I thought like it's a really interesting point of discussion, right? We think of chaos as having no structure, but I want to challenge that. I think chaos does have a structure. I just think the structure of chaos isn't obvious. And I think the true tree of life is supposed to reveal the absolute structures of chaos. And that's one of the reasons, Cosmic, why I think they've done this, right? Because when you look at this, the system that they've given us, you cannot see the structures of chaos represented. Because the structures of chaos, these paths that we're looking at, they should be able to resonate with real worldly things around us. And they should make sense in terms of what we see in the world. But they've turned the occult into something that's so esoterically out there that it's got no grounding in the physical world. What does that mean? That means that if you practice that, you will be so disconnected from physicality, you will be out there in the spheres. Instead of having your feet on the ground and being able to relate as above, so below, being able to relate as within, so without. The spiritual kingdoms within us are actually reflected in the world around us. And so this is what numerology is supposed to do. It's supposed to show us that link between the chaos and the order. And this is what astrology is supposed to do, show us these subtle connections and links between the chaos and the order. And that's what the Kabbalah is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a foundational system that maps chaos. I don't know, what do you think? Can we map chaos?
Yeah, I think you could totally map chaos. I think it's probably, well, I should probably actually, hold on, let me get an image here.
Go on, do it. I love images. They speak 1,000 words. Please put the volume off of the image, Cosmic. It will ask you if you want to share with sound on the bottom. There's a button. If it shows, I don't know if you're doing screen share or if you're doing image share. Image share doesn't do that.
So I just wanted to point out, because we're talking about chaos in Zarfexology, this is VLD, VLD, and this is essentially the Zerfax that represents chaos in the Zarfexology system. So I'm just saying, like, maybe looking at this symbol, like, what does it like say to you, and like, what does it say about chaos? Because I think the interesting thing I think about this symbol is that you have this sort of ordered, triangle, which represents order, kind of mixed with this, what I would consider like a tail, like a sort of like a snake, like a spring tail, that kind of like is sort of the chaos element. And the chaos is the conflict between the order of the triangle and the sort of the nonsensical nature of the tail, that it kind of, and it's sort of like this, like a chaotic like organism. Or so I was wondering, like, we're going to talk about chaos, since this is the Zerfax of basically chaos, randomness, nonsense, but also humor and nightmares and delirious states of consciousness and glitches. I'm wondering if this, looking at the symbol and knowing that it's associated with chaos, like, what comes to your mind?
Oh, that's a powerful one, man. You see, I see the spiral representing the toric field, right? The Tau. The Os, that's the bull of heaven. That's the Taurus, the bull of heaven, the Tau. It's literally in the etymology of the word chaos. And so whenever I see a spiral, I think of a toric field, because that's what spirals are. They're a two-dimensional representation of toric potential. And then I'm seeing that toric field becomes phi in the number 3 in a triangle, which represents the primal form before it's coming to space, right? Number 3 is form. Number 4 is form. It's like it's occupying space. It's the idea of form. That's a concrete idea of form before it's manifest. So what this tells me is that the concrete idea of form before it's manifest comes from the heart of the etheric field, which is chaos.
That's interesting.
And it looks like a cool champagne glass as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like a champagne glass. I also think of it like sort of like a funnel, like everything kind of gets sucked into the upper triangle and kind of gets like digested into the snake body of the spiral sort of below into it. And yeah, I think also what's interesting about this Zerfax is that, like I was talking about how, you know, you have 4 things combining into one thing. So when you basically have 4 sort of blind Zerfaxes kind of combining into each other, that collective blindness then creates the Vlid Zerfax. And even just like using this Zerfax, you can basically just create like chaos. Like even just like something about just even like staring at it. Like I just feel like I'm going more mentally insane just looking at it. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it definitely has got such a powerful impression on the mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
You know, you can almost see how the curve of phi, when I see that spiral, it also makes me think of the letter G, right? Because like if you think of what a G is like a spiral, right? So what that is it's an upside down G. So if you invert that and turn it upside down, you've got the G of the Freemasons becoming a triangle, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
And then you've got the Freemason G becoming a triangle, which fits with Kabbalistic lore. This is why I say, like, I look at the Kabbalah and I'm like, what, you guys, like, did they do that on purpose? Are they trying to mislead people? And that's the only answer I can come up with, is they want us to misunderstand these concepts. They don't want us to look at a picture like this and just go, oh, right, that's obviously a toric field and the manifesting as the triple goddess. Right. Isn't that what it is? And the Trinity, you know, call it the Trinity, triple goddess, whatever you want. Those 3 fundamental principles of alchemy. So it's telling us that the 3 fundamental principles of alchemy all stem from the same primordial goddess. And I think like when you invert it, it puts the goddess on top. For some reason, I like that. Why is a goddess always got to be like pushed down there under, you know? Because she's the source of everything, isn't she? You see it as a funnel pushing up. I see it as a funnel pouring down, but it's
yeah,
the same
I see
thing.
that too. It is kind of like a funnel, like pouring down. Because you think about it, when you have like a hole in like a boat, and there's like the water, you know, there's always that spiral that sort of forms as it's going down the drain, right? So it fits in that particular level. I don't know.
And I see it, if you invert it and opposite, it's pouring in from the sky.
Yeah.
Like the clouds are moving. How are the clouds moving? They're moving like toric fields. Like if you observe the weather patterns, right? Like a tornado, you can see it very clearly. Oh, that's a Taurus. But all wind systems work like that. Just they're less intense. With a toric field that's a tornado, you can literally see it and go, wow, that's a huge toric field. That's a massive Taurus in the sky. But if you invert it and put it the other way, then you're still seeing that the toric field of the sky is pouring the water down that becomes the triangle, you know? So, and then it's the capstone of the pyramid as well. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, exactly. I think what's also interesting about the Vlid Zerfax is that in a lot of like spell work, this is usually the Zerfax that is used for like invisibility magic and stealth magic, because in a lot of ways, the power of Vlid is sort of its blindness, and through it's sort of like blindness. So like I think about like when you're holding dice in your hand, and you're shuffling it, you're sort of using an active intentional blindness to create a random result from the dice. You hide it in your hand so that you can't see it as you're shaking the dice. And by intentionally obfuscating it from your perception, you then allow for an outcome that's unexpected. And that's essentially what the Vlid Zerfax is sort of doing to reality, because this Zerfax basically exists naturally in the indeterminate zone, in the sort of the dream realm. And that basically, but it also has to relate to, I don't know, there's all sorts of different relationships with all the other Zerfaxes. And it's also associated with the color gray. That's another aspect of this Zerfax that I find interesting, that there's sort of it actually has like a lack of color. And then in that lack of color is also sort of the potential for like chaotic forms.
I don't know if Indy's here. Is Indy there?
I don't know. Maybe he
Get
went off
Indy's
somewhere.
Indy's in. Oh, there he is.
Yes, I'm here. And I've been thinking that chaos takes form in the Greek goddess Eris, which was kind of ushered in by Robert Anton Wilson in modern day with Discordianism, using the narrative of Eris taking the golden apple and throwing it into the hall where the gods and the goddesses were gathering for a celebration and a festival. And she said, "May the fairest one of all be the one to receive this golden apple." After which total chaos ensued, and they were all like, dressed up so proper, and then just fighting like savages for this golden apple, and like lost their minds trying to become the most fairest of all. And so that kind of narrative is part of the Discordian understanding of how chaos can be used to usher in sabotage and take power and various things. It's kind of a surreptitious kind of approach to being able to gain power through disruption. And so there's kind of an element there of like a goddess herself representing chaos and the way that she operates. Even though she's like a beautiful goddess, the way that she does things that's kind of dark and ominous is a chaotic way of interacting with others to strip away their power and then take yourself and put yourself on the top of the hierarchy.
Yeah, I'm also noticing something interesting here, because I know that the Fae have told me that, like, because all the Zerfaxes, they have kind of like masculine, feminine aspects, but the Vlid Zerfax is a Zerfax that represents androgyny, that kind of that, not really male, not really female. And I just realized now that you have the androcephalic part of the inverted triangle up here connected to the phallic symbol down here, which is the tail, suggesting a kind of a feminine and masculine genitalia becoming one thing, which would suggest a hermaphrodite-like quality. I just kind of see, that's what's interesting about the system. I keep finding new stuff like about these symbols, and I just realized I just made this connection just now. So,
can you tell us more about the cephalic implications of the upside down triangle? Is that like part of the brain structure?
Yeah, I think it's something that maybe something like, I don't know. I know that's just kind of a thing, how inverted triangles are androcephalic and upward triangles are essentially like phallic. But the thing is, it just basically, the idea is that from the Fae's perspective, that the masculine and feminine polarities of the universe are essentially the source of all life and consciousness. There's the masculine polarity of awareness, and there's the feminine polarity of being. Whereas this here, because there's no gendered principle behind it, it then becomes a chaotic aspect of the universe. But at the same time, what's interesting about Vlid is that it's actually a necessary Zerfax to exist, because without it, because their idea is that we live in this sort of multi-dimensional reality with all these different Zerfaxes, all of the different belief systems and worlds would start to merge into each other and contradict each other and cause even further chaos. So all of the contradictions of the world are sort of filtered into this Zerfax. So think of it like when you drink alcohol you have a liver which basically tries to remove the toxins via the liver so it doesn't get into the rest of the bloodstream, and essentially sort of filters it out to protect the rest of the system. And in terms of the Zarfax, the Vlidzarfax does the exact same thing. So it takes the contradictions from materialist atheism, Christianity, Buddhism, paganism, nihilism, whatever, and basically by having a Zarfax of nonsense, it actually allows for all the other dimensions and perspectives to exist, because all the contradictions are basically kind of allocated into the Vlidzarfax, because it is essentially a Zarfax of contradictory. And the other interesting thing about the Vlidzarfax is that it's essentially, you never know when you're in the Vlidzarfax. So if you think of there's another Zarfax called Biv, which basically represents lucid dreaming. So in the Biv Zarfax, you're basically in a lucid dreaming state, or it's also the Zarfax related to stories and novels and sort of virtual environments. Well, the thing about Vlid is it's more like a non-aware dream. So you know how like you'll be dreaming, but you'll think you're awake, and then you wake up and you realize like, oh, it's just a dream, and you're completely oblivious. That is also an aspect of this Zarfax. So when you're in the Vlidzarfax, you're not truly aware you're in the Vlidzarfax. You're in a delirious state where you think everything is normal. So I make this akin to people who use the delirium datura, where they basically are hallucinating like people around them and spiders crawling on them and stuff. But people report that they think everything is totally normal, that they're not on a hallucinogen, that everything is just happening randomly, even though they're hallucinating and their sense of reality is basically ripping apart at the seams, which is essentially another aspect of the Zarfax. And then basically, once you realize you're in a Vlidzarfax, and once you realize it is, you essentially reach a state of lucidity, and you're no longer in a Vlidzarfaxal state of consciousness. So, learning about this Zarfax is interesting. And it also relates to how magic manifests into the world based on your belief system. So the idea is, if you're somebody who's very skeptical, your Vlidzarfax is going to be a lot more intense. And because the Vlidzarfax is stronger, you're not going to manifest your intent into reality very easily by thinking about it. However, if you're someone who is a very highly believing person, that you believe in the unity in the universe, then this Zarfax is going to have less of an impact and less of an influence in your part of the Zarfax. And then you can use your mind and thoughts and intentions and the magical resources to actually affect reality. But the idea is that this is sort of like a filter that determines whether your manifestation gets into reality. And the idea is you want your magical intent and your, energy and willpower behind it to override and overpower this particular Zarfax, Vlid, so it then manifests into the Zarfax interior, which is physical reality.
Yeah, and also I'd like to mention that this upside down triangle is representative of the yoni and the birth, the portal of birth and the portal of life from which all life comes. And interestingly, the upright triangle is more representative of the phallic symbol, where the point is rising up. And so, interestingly, the associations between these two symbols also tie into the idea that in the matriarchal understanding of the ancient times, they considered the soul to go down and through the earth into the underworld before re-emerging from the east with the sun after having set in the west. But as things shifted into his story, they saw things just going up and out into this outer space, into the cosmos, and then re-emerging back from above down to incarnation. So I wanted to make some tie-ins with that. And that's all thanks to my friend Chaya from Toronto. So big ups to you, Chaya.
Big love, Chaya. Welcome to the zone. Hope you are enjoying the chit chat, the fireside, a little bit of a tongue waggle. Yeah, this is such a beautiful glyph, Cosmic, and it's interesting how it represents like the yoni You see, when it's the yoni, it represents the energies of the yoni draining into the spiral, right? When it's the phallus, it represents the spiral draining into the phallus. Isn't that beautiful? So the spiral drains into the phallus fills the yoni drains back into the spiral, and out emerges a crying little baby, right? So you can see the whole story of life is sort of represented in this glyph. If you take it with, like we were talking about, the inverted upside down version, as well as this, because this is clearly the feminine version. If you take the masculine concept, I wonder with the masculine concept, the spiral is going to be inverted, so it's coming from the right. Isn't that interesting? Because I think like you invert it not just vertically, but you invert it left to right and invert vertically. So then the spiral comes from the right, fills the phallus, draining down from the right-hand side, down the Ida channel, and then rises up through the Pingala channel and creates the spinning sensation of the wheel. So like there's so much in the symbol that can sort of explain the nature of change and movement and why chakra is constantly spinning. Speaking of chakra, oh my gosh. Our tuition, are you still in the house, brother? Or has our tuition left the building? And I don't know who else of you were there. Let me know if you're still about our tuition. Our tuition. Because there's something that I saw that like blew my mind blown. And I think you were there. I was wondering if you noticed it. Anyway, our tuition might be back just now. I'll see. I don't know who else was there. What is the principle that we are looking at here?
I
Anyway,
wanted to mention spiral. The semen, as it flows out of the testes through the prostate, goes in a spiral, coming out from the body and up into the prostate, and then down and out into the phallus. So that kind of spiral shapes in such a way where it will actually spiral in such a way where it goes out from the body and then down and then up away from the body and then into the body. It's kind of a double spiral, and then it goes up and out from there. So there's kind of two different spirals that are involved in the travel of the sacred fluid as it emerges from the phallus from its source. And I'm not sure if that's where this spiral is kind of originating from, but I've noticed that there's that path.
Speaking of psyops, there are so many of these psyops that are so much a massive part of our reality that we're living in right now. And it's a little bit like it's more concerning for me than what I can even shake a stick at, if I'm honest with you. I find it like severely disconcerting how this works, and I can't seem to find that particular video now in my history. Isn't that weird? It seems to have been removed from my history.
Yeah.
Wow.
Videos have been all mangled, and it's so hard to find them now. They used to be together in one place, and now you have to look around, and they hide them now. I don't know what they're doing that for, but it's been very difficult to find stuff to show and share from these devices and whatnot.
So yeah, let me share this picture. Let me share this picture here, and you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Our tuition. I saw your name. I was trying to watch this live, but I wasn't watching it in live time. I was watching it in retrospectively. It came up to my thing, and I like Jord. I find George quite funny. He's got a great sense of humor. Good old George. I've had a good couple of giggles. I couldn't stay in his group though, because there were like a bunch of kids in there, and they seem to be like, I don't know. I don't think they take the occult so seriously, and I just figured it's probably not healthy to share too much insight with people that are, a bit profane. But I was watching this live today, and I don't know if you remember the live. I'm talking about our tuition. Yeah. Now this guy, I like what he's talking about. There's something that I've been hooked up into since I was a child, which is the physiognomy. I learned to read physiognomy really well when I was in India, in animals, in bulls, in cows. In fact, reading physiognomy in cows and bulls in India, especially in the north of India, can be the difference between you being hospitalized and not being hospitalized, by the way, because you can tell the breeding of someone by the physiognomy and the breeding of a cow. And when the cows and the bulls are inbred, they have some kind of an irrational switch in their brains, which they can be fine, and just suddenly they just maul you. And I've seen this happen a lot. And so where I learned to like read the animals and go, that one's inbred, that one's inbred, that one's inbred, that one's heavily inbred. Stay the hell away from that animal. It's not right in its head. Those ones are suspicious. And if you start learning to read the physiognomy of the animals, you'll notice that the other cows will avoid that cow that's too heavily inbred. Like they will literally not allow that cow to be around them. They will attack it. They will chase it away. That cow will be on its own, and all these cows will be here, and bulls and animals, goats, whatever, because there's a lot of inbreeding. And you'll notice with the people as well, right? If you live in the Himalayas, everybody's family name is Singh, from this mountain to that mountain to that mountain, and you got to go, what? Yeah, I'm related to him. Oh, good, I'm related to her. Okay, I'm related to them. Everybody's somehow related. Yeah, you've got to start asking questions. What's going on? And then you notice the length of your fingers don't seem quite right in proportion to your hand. Oh, it's weird. The length of your body doesn't seem to match divine proportions, because sure, people will have a different proportion of length to the finger to the hand, and that's normal. But then that proportion will be repeated in your arms and your different phalanges and the different limbs, and they'll be repeated throughout your body. When you get the point where that ratio is not being repeated, you've got like a red light. Something's wrong, inbreeding. And everybody's got some inbreeding to a point. So like, I like this guy's story about studying physiognomy. I think it's really important. Like, you can learn so much about someone by understanding their physiology. The old story is, if someone's got really long fingers, don't trust them with your money. There's literally something to that, man. So anyway, one of the things that this guy said, and it blew my mind. I was actually a little bit weirded out by the host, because I thought he would have been a little more on it. But the guy mentioned, oh yeah, I think it's quite early on. I think he mentioned it at round about like in the first sort of 20 something minutes. He mentioned it, right? And he mentioned it there, and he said basically, yeah, he was interested in the chakra stuff and the stories of chakras, and he mentioned a few things. He said, oh, but then he realized it's all just new age nonsense, and threw that aside. And obviously George agreed with him. He said, yeah. And I thought, dude, why are you brown nosing? Seriously. Then I went and checked. I saw this other guy's got more than 50K followers. I understood, right? You want to have him back on your show. But what about integrity? What about real? What about being genuine? What about being authentic, right? Does the truth stand neck to neck with how many followers someone has, and whether you want to get their followers to be your followers, your subscribers? Obviously it's great having someone on your show that's got 56,000 subscribers or whatever, because it's going to bring subscribers. But what blew my mind was this idea that chakras is something related to New Age, which is the furthest from the truth. In fact, the chakras are an ancient ancient way of understanding the universe. And it goes right back into the Vedas. And it goes beyond the Tantras. Yeah, I mean, it's in the Tantras, it's in the Upanishads, but it goes right back. So the idea of chakras is not new. It's not new age, right? But here's the psyop being given to us, right? The psyop's being handed to us, telling us that the chakras are a new age thing. And the problem is you've got these people who have like 50,000 followers, and they're spreading this idea. And the people don't realize, like, hold on, this is mouthwash being spurted out, that the fundamental notion of chakras is probably one of the oldest occult notions related to the structure of being that we have, and that it goes right back to ancient Vedic times. I'm not talking 1,000 years or 2,000 years. I'm talking way beyond that, thousands of years. And that's just when it was written down. And we know that written down records, according to the Vedas, was verbally carried for thousands and thousands of years prior to that. So the idea of chakra is probably anything from 5,000 to 10,000 years old, beyond. And another thing that the guy said was that, an astral projection, another one of those new age nonsense things. And like, what do people that have no experience of the chakra, what business do they have discussing it? Firstly, if you haven't experienced it, don't talk about it. You read about it. Okay, that's all good and well. If you don't have physical hands-on experience of what a chakra is and how it works, don't even mention it because you don't know about it. And astral projection was another one of those new age myths. I'm sorry, buddy. As a shaman, I've got to like knock that out of the water. Total mouth fluff, right? Astral projection is the core of shamanic practice. The whole purpose of shamanic practice, which is one of the oldest forms of spirituality on earth, is about learning to enter into a trance so that you can travel out of your body into the astral realm. That's the fundamental function of shamanism. And once again, this goes back so many thousands of years, we don't even know. In fact, you could say that, in fact, there are records of shamanic, bones being dug out of the ground that go back 10, 15, 20,000 years. The earliest shaman were women, believe it or not. Like the idea of shaman being a man thing, that came later. The first shaman were women. And it goes to reason, because women are very emotionally sensitive and more able to maybe unhinge themselves from physical reality more often than men. A man has to be very in touch with his feminine energy. So this is like part of this whole thing that we're facing up to here, right? We've got this complete and utter total nonsense being propagated by people that have a big following, right? George seems like a nice guy and he's quite funny. I've liked some of his videos, but I'm actually going to have a word with him. I want to say, dude, where's your integrity? How can you brown nose somebody like that? And like, if that guy had farted, would it have come out your mouth? I think so. You know, you got to be careful where you put your mouth, brother, because like we do need to maintain authenticity and integrity when we're speaking of these things. And when people are talking about something they know absolutely nothing about, and they even acknowledge, well, I don't know this is what I believe, but it's all just, and then they blanket sweep it out of the way as just all being new age nonsense. What they're doing is they are taking the most ancient knowledge and painting it with the label new age, which is extremely toxic and extremely dangerous, right? And it's only going to lead to one place, ignorance, because that way people will take the ancient mystical truths, label it as new age, but what will replace it will be the stuff that comes from modern science, right? Modern science has got no relation to physiognomy at all. These people are like feeling around in the dark, blindfolded, right? The study of physiognomy is ancient. You're going to find it in the Vedic knowledge. You're going to find it in the most ancient grimoires. It's nothing to do with modern science. And when you try and substantiate it with modern science, you are diluting it and polluting it and taking something that is spiritual and fundamental that reflects the connections between the chaotic realm and the manifestational realm and turning it into something that's so mundane, which is actually falling directly into the trap that they've set for us. These Illuminatis have created science, seance, in order to dumbfound us. The so-called seance and science that we're allowed isn't real science at all. It's fake. most of it, right? And it's by design. So when you start associating that with something that is sacred and ancient, and then in the same breath saying that the true ancient sacred things are just new age, you're creating an inversion. And that psychic spiritual inversion is toxic for us. So, like, you know, people need to like man up. People need to man up and be real. That's why I'm calling this out. Anybody who watched that video, you need to go look at this. You need to go pay attention to the powerful neuro-linguistic program that is being projected into your consciousness by the media that you are allowing yourself to watch, right? The media that you allow yourself to watch goes into your unconscious and it reprograms the way that you see and think. This is why there is so much of this BS nonsense where they are saying, oh, well, this is just a psyop and that's just a psyop and this is just a psyop. The real stuff is being labeled as a psyop. And the psyop stuff is being taken more and more seriously. There's an inversion happening. And our very own agents, our very own people, like good, well-meaning people, like lovely people like Jord, are being sucked in and unfortunately becoming a part of that psyop manifestation. And the people, and it's like my girlfriend said to me, she said to me, well, why do you think that guy has 50-something K, subscribers, 54K subscribers? And it occurred to me, like she said, well, that's what YouTube's pushing, isn't it? And I was like, well, obviously, YouTube algorithms must be pushing that like crazy for it to get to such a high level of subscribers. But if it was telling the truth, would it be getting pushed like that? In my experience, the real fundamental occult truths are not being pushed. But the new age sort of ideas that are like a little bit cramped up and, squirmed and polluted and convoluted, those are the things that get pushed. And then on the next chapter, a slightly more squirmed version. And then the next one, a slightly more, slightly more version, a slightly more squirmed up and squashed version comes out until we reach the point where we don't even know what's real or true anymore because we've lost our way. And this is unfortunately like a big part of what's happening, I think, when it comes to the occult reality. Yeah, Oliver and Hawk, you were the one who said to me, I was like, yeah, she's right. You're often right. She's often right. That's what she is. Yeah. She's an artist, and artists think with their hearts. And when someone thinks with their heart, that they feel when they think, that not that disconnection. And I think this is something that we've all got to learn to do, which is why like art therapy is so fundamentally powerful. And once again, what is art? And I'm sure like Hollowbone Orc as an artist, and you can see her beautiful art behind me. That's just one piece that she's done. She does all sorts of really lovely art. I'm going to try and get her to sell her art. You guys should see more of Hollowbone Hawk's art. And Hollowbone Hawk has got a teenager that does crazy art as well, like really interesting. So we're going to try and get some more art on display for you guys. And you'll even be able to maybe buy it if you want, because like she's a great artist as well as a teenager doing like really cool stuff, some of the stuff seems like it's even got like manga elements, or not manga. No, I'm wrong. But like just really beautiful art. And I think like working with art, any form of art, is diving into chaos. I think that's what we've lost. Isn't it funny that in schools and high schools and leading into university, they told us, don't waste your time with art. You'll never make money out of it. Did you guys hear that, Cosmic? Did you guys get that brainwashing? Indy, I don't know what you guys got told in schools.
Yeah, I got taught that too. And they even kicked me out of the art program because I was too creative, because I'm colorblind. So I have a different perspective. They don't want anyone to have a different perspective in art. It's like you all have to be like concretized as like a robot, and then you can do your art thing. But like really, in reality, when artists sell a painting, it goes for a lot of money, usually. Just one of them. You know what I mean?
I can't believe they actually kicked you out because of being colorblind. Like, there's so much to art that's not just about, I don't know, it's just weird that they would actually go that far. It's almost like they were afraid of something. that you might test the paradigm. And anyway, the point I was getting at making was that when we start to dive into art, right, we go into chaos, right? We become chaotic. In order to unlock your creativity, you've got to dive into chaos. So art is the movement through chaos that becomes order. How's that for a good? Yes, alchemy, exactly, D-Love. The alchemy of chaos that becomes order, and that order reflects harmony and beauty, generally speaking, with art in some way, right? I mean, you get shock features here.
And that reminds me of what Carl Jung said, that you have to have roots that go to hell in order to grow branches to heaven. They also said that you need to go through hell first to create heaven on earth. And it reminds me of what was said by Ghostface Killah in the Wu-Tang Clan. He said, don't look above your head, there's no heaven above. Don't look below your feet, for there's no hell below. Hell is what you go through, and heaven is what you make it. And so these kind of lines of thinking suggest that you have to go through the chaos to create the higher order of art that it is. And like I always mentioned when they were trying to kick me out of school, like Claude Monet had a cataract in his eye. And when he was painting that red pond with the bridge and the lily pads, he was just painting what he saw. And like, oh my God, he's impressionist. Look at this amazing creativity that he had to paint things how they're not. But he really was not painting things how they aren't. And they lost track of that over time. People never really realized this, but it goes to show that such a simple variation or neurodivergent perspective could really lead to a lot of stimulation to the viewer. And when I was a young kid, when I was about 5 or 6 years old, I did a self-portrait with crayons, I think it was, or maybe pastels, but I put a little bit of green in the hair because I wanted to like kind of show like how the sun shines and some parts look a little lighter. And I thought it was like a lighter brown because I'm colorblind. And my parents were like, wow, you're like a young impressionist. Look at this. You put green in the hair. And I always, when people would say these things, I'm like, but I didn't though. So like, what are you even talking about? And they would really punish me a lot when I would color the maps purple in grade school. And they would say like, you can't color these waters purple. This is not about being creative. You have to follow the rules. And in my mind, I was like, I am following the rules. This is blue. Like, why are you lying to me? You're just messing with my head right now. And I never understood it because they wouldn't write the name of the color onto the magic marker or the colored pencil that we used. So I thought they were like gaslighting me, and they ended up like putting me in detention and stuff. And I was like, why are they doing this to me? I was just following the rules. It was total chaos.
You know, these days they actually do write the colors on the colors. Have you noticed?
Yeah, maybe people spoke up, because like without the I have to ask somebody like, is this really blue? Like,
so wait, are you colorblind to like warm colors or cold colors more so, would you say?
I would say all of them. If it's neutral in any way, I have no idea what's going on.
So it's like almost like just like more grayscale sepia tone.
I might have ran a red light the other day. I'm like, it's orange if it's yellow, it's orange if it's red. I mean, what is it really? I don't know. Maybe I went through a yellow light, but it probably was red. And I was like, oh God. And if it's blinking, it's like, what do I do? Do I stop and get rear-ended? Or do I keep going and sideswiped? It's like danger, absolute chaos on the road.
That's quite a head trip. There are no corrective glasses you can wear to help you see like what color the traffic lights are.
Yeah, that's fraud though. The corrective glasses are all different shades of yellow. They're like, there's more different shades of yellow than all the color spectrum. So it's like, great. So everything's yellow, and you're supposed to tell me this is helping me see colors. What a joke.
Well, I asked that because I think like warmer colors kind of represent the more mundane aspects of reality. And I feel like cooler colors are kind of more like spiritual awareness. And I was wondering if like you had any kind of like connection like regards to that.
Yeah, initially I started to realize I had colorblindness from the cooler colors because I've been more drawn to the cooler colors. It's like colors of ascension of the spirit and higher consciousness are associated with like blue and purple. And so, and interestingly, purple connects the warm and the cool colors a little bit, but it's more of a cooler color. To me, they're darker. The warmer colors, when they're dark, to me just resemble more of a brown, and so I don't really notice them as much. So people will talk about like rubies and emeralds, and I'm like, I don't see what you're talking about. That's a ruby or emerald. It looks like a brown rock. But when there's anything blue, I'm like, oh my God, there's a blue rock. I love everything blue. I'm like, blue is so rare. Like besides the sky, like hardly anything would be blue. And I was watching this British film. I think it's called Your Fault, London. And it was a romance film. And she's talking about the blue rose. And they were like making fun of her. They're like, you're talking about those fake plastic blue roses? You like that fake roses? And she was like, no, it was like divine. I love it. And I know there's a song called Blue Rose by TB, one of my favorite drum and bass artists I think he's out of Scandinavia. I think he's from Norway, but I'm not sure exactly what country. But that was one of my favorite songs. And I've always been fascinated with everything blue. There's that song about everything's blue. But I love blue, and like royal blue is my favorite color right now. When I was young, I was really into navy blue and orange because I was going through stages of transformation, and I was trying to like, maybe I liked black a lot, but I wanted to have some color, so I would prefer to wear like navy blue because I was going through a darker time. And then as my life kind of livened up and became more brighter, I started to get more involved in having like royal blue everywhere all the time as much as I can, because they found that blue traffic lights, or like blue street lights rather, they put them in England, I think in London, that lowered the crime rates. And they've started to put them in Cherokee, and they make an impact on people's mentality, less inclined to do transgressive things when they're around blue light.
That's kind of interesting. So what you're basically saying is that you don't see the outer colors of the rainbow, like red and purple are hard for you to perceive, but like stuff that's orange and blue and in between that is kind of interesting. So that's kind of interesting. So it's like you're kind of like in the middle of the color spectrum, what's occluded are like the outer aspects of that color spectrum. It's an interesting perspective.
Yeah, that's accurate. Mm-hmm. It's a good way of putting it. I never thought of it that way.
You're muted, Franklin.
Thank you. Now, I was just saying it's interesting with the people who see blue not wanting to transgress, which is, I suppose, a lot of what we call transgression involves dishonesty. Like stealing or cheating, or, are a big part of like crime, isn't it? If you think about most crime, it's probably that. And then people get hurt because of that dishonesty.
Good point. Because if there's a camera, people are less likely to do it too. It's a feeling of being watched, or like in the spotlight, or like bright lights on you, maybe.
But the color blue represents truth.
Yes.
So red represents action. So blue represents stop and think things through, be cool, be calm, be collected. Red is like, yeah, just do it. Just do it, man. Like, you see what I mean? Like, red is action.
Red is associated with blood. So like the blood associated with the red is like doing like violence and whatnot, and the blood that comes from it. And then blue is more associated with like the sky, like being lifted up into the sky, or flying, or like seeing birds that are like above, wisdom from above. And the brightness of the sky too. Like in the daytime, it's associated with day. So like you're associating, and subconsciously there's blue. It's like, oh, I'm in the daylight. Whereas red, it's like, oh, it's like the sunset. I can start to do more devious things in the shadows. And red lights are more dim.
I thought to bring this into the practical work arena, practical magic, practical training. I noticed that in India, so when I trained in the Western schools when I was young, a lot of the training involved dynamic meditation, right? Like meditating actively, meditating ritualistically. And so your meditation was more connected to doing rituals, more related to like you're breathing in, you're shifting your perspective between the inner and the outer with your breaths, literally. And then when I started practicing meditation, like, you know, in the old time as well, before I left to go on that, like, you know, couple of decade journey, most of which was in the Far East. And I was meditating intently and very hard, spending a lot of time training. I mean, I was lucky that my Zazen started when I was 12. So I had like a grounding of Zazen, concentration training with my Shihan, my master, taught me that. Right, first thing, he pulled me out and said, you need to learn Zazen. So that became my devotion, and I did it every day, like religion, you know, twice a day from the age of 12. And so all of the dynamic training forms of meditative training that I used, which was Western occult based from Hermetic Kabbalistic training and from other mystery schools as I got inducted into them as I grew up a bit more, seemed to be very much of a particular kind of vernacular, which relates very much to utilizing the principles of form, the forces of form. And then when I got to India, I started to embrace the chaos more, right? Where even in Zazen is you're focusing all of your attention into one point, right? And so you're forcing all of your mind into a single point, and that point is all there is, till that whole point becomes the whole universe, and there's nothing else. That's just that point. That's the point of Zazen, which is like, you know, the Japanese form of meditation. But they have a similar form of meditation in higher levels of Hermetic Kabbalah as well, which is quite interesting. But when I was in India and I started embracing a new way of perceiving this, it was more just letting go of everything and sort of just embracing chaos. And so the mystic path, I realized, the path of mysticism, is more about letting go of everything and just embracing everything and nothing all at the same time. It's like it's a much more tantric perspective, and it's more open to the evocational experience, as opposed to the invocation experience of Western occult practices like witchcraft, Kabbalah, magic, sorcery. In fact, sorcery, I think, has got a lot of evocative potential in it as well that is often utilized. Sorcerers will go into trance and channel. So that channeling from the in to the out is essentially evocation. And that reverse channeling to projecting into oneself is invocation. And so these different forms of invocation in Eastern mysticism, they move away from the mystic path in yoga, and yoga becomes the invocative version taught in India, where Tantra is the opposite, the evocative versions that you'll learn in India. Shamanism is highly evocational. It doesn't involve invocations. You'll see all these New Age people talking about shamanism, and they're talking about invocative stuff. It's not pure shamanism, because shamanism is far more tantric in its nature. Tantra is very close to shamanism compared to yoga, for example. And when I say yoga, I don't mean hatha. I'm talking about mantra yoga, jnana yoga, samadhi yoga, dhyana yoga, kriya yoga, right? The kriyas are a combination, sort of in the same way that the Raja Yoga is a combination of using different techniques. And the Karma Yoga as well. Very important foundational part of yoga. The hatha yoga is just to prepare the body, the physical body, right? So that it can carry the forces and the energies. And I've left out one, mantra yoga, yantra yoga. The yantra yoga, which is tuning your eyes and your pancreas, working very much on the triple burner energy to get control over your natural impulses, using color and form. So once again, these are all based upon structure, form, notions. And then you get into Tantra. And Tantra is a whole nother world. Tantra is like, just let it go. Just let it go and just absorb everything into yourself. And it's like, allow it to become chaotic and just sit through the chaotic experience and allow it to produce an upwelling inside of you that comes out. And whatever comes out, comes out. If you feel inspired to jump up and dance, then jump up and dance, you know? So Tantra is a much more going to bring whatever's inside us out, which is why Westerners are often advised not to practice Tantra, because the dangers of, if you're not very in tune with your emotional body and you're not ready for what's going to come out, it might be a big shock to your physiological and psychological systems. And that can cause its own complications in terms of mental well-being, physical health, well-being, health, all of these things. Which is why Westerners are often advised, and I don't think it applies to all Westerners. I think it's relevant to some Westerners, you know. Depends, I believe, on how associated you are with your emotional body. And that this brings us back to art. How artistic are you? Do you sit within the creativity? Do you roll with the creativity? So what do you guys think on the panel? And I hope you're not out sandwiching and up, Cosmic and Indy, sandwich land. But what do you guys think about these fundamental differences of the drawing out from yourself and allowing the natural state within you to just come out, or the invocation of programming in a state of balance and harmony that would reflect that inner state of balance and harmony? It's like two opposite parts that reach the same point, but the one being, you know, prominently related to form, the programming in, and then allow the release of all programming, which is the Tantra, the evocation, which is allowing the chaos within to just pour out.
So what exactly allows the chaos to pour out, are you saying? Like just the mentality?
The evocation. Okay, let's look at it in shamanism, for example. It's a very chaotic form of work, right? You're not doing a ritual like you would in Western esoteric circles and magic, or you're not aligning these things or those things and getting that planetary element and doing it during that planetary hour and invoking this particular vibrational field to change and tune the harmonic spectrum within yourself. You're just allowing it to come out. And in shamanism, you take a drum and you beat your drum. That's it. You sit and you contemplate nature and you observe what is happening, but you're not trying to change anything. And then you feel the inspiration from nature, and that becomes a rhythm, and you play a rhythm. And now you just allow your mind to just get absorbed into the rhythm. And you're not trying to change anything. That just becomes a natural trance-inducing state. And in that altered state, that trance that you get into when you're just drumming, it's a natural process where you start to bring inner experiences out, right? Your guides will appear, for example. Your ancestors will appear, and they will give you information from within that you need to know, as opposed to making a magical sigil, right? And chanting particular magical phrases and programming in that particular energy. The one is done with cognizance and with your mental body planned and organized it all out. The other one is done in faith, but following the feeling and emotions. which I believe is like the source of the chaotic impulse, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes
I
total
think
sense.
it's
And, I feel like music and art are associated with intuition, and so men have to be more in touch with their feminine side. So I think it's kind of discouraged for men to be in touch with their feminine side and be more masculine and macho. You would be more interested in like making like an immaculate sigil or something. It's like, wow, look how straight the lines are, and like, where did you learn this technique and whatever. But as far as like being able to just kind of like jam or like improvise, or like be able to learn how to like tune your ear to like the things that are like harder to understand, that's not really like laid out in a rational way that's easy to discern. um People have to be using more of their intuitive faculties, and so especially with like art, you have the freedom to like do so many different things, and you have to choose like where do you start, and like what do you choose to do, and like what are you going to represent with this piece. And so there's so much freedom there. I think a lot of men are used to like a structured environment where it's like this is like the parameters, like work within those parameters. And a lot of the male principles are such as well. It's like very structured, whereas the female principles are like more averse to like what do you do in the chaos? Like this is ways that you do things indirectly, like instead of being assertive and going straight ahead at it in this linear way, you kind of approach from like the side or in a spiral or in circular ways, things like that. So it's kind of a deeper intuitive practice, or let's say. And to be able to approach the chaos, you be able to have eyes that see the unseen, and like feeling more feeling like I feel like I want to do this. I feel drawn towards like doing this kind of a rhythm or whatever. So people have to be more in touch with their emotions and their intuition to do those things. What were you going to say, Cosmic?
I'm thinking about this like dichotomy that Franklin's talking about, and I think about electricity because in a lot of ways, electricity kind of represents chaos in the sense if you think about a lightning bolt, like the energy, it kind of goes in all these weird, directions and stuff like that. But then you think about an electronic device, you're taking that same chaotic energy and then you're sort of like siphoning it into a circuit board or into a device, and then you're harnessing that chaos by putting it through within an ordered vessel. So because that chaos then is filtering through that ordered vessel, then that ordered vessel can move and operate. So really it's like chaos is sort of the blood or the life force that sort of animates order in a way, because if we're talking about something that's like, something that's truly just kind of within and intuitive versus kind of linear and ordered and structured, it's like it seems obvious that you need both of these elements, because if something is just sort of lineared and structured and ordered, there's no real juice behind it. There's no real mojo behind what you're doing. It's like you're basically it's the difference between making a replica of an automobile versus building an automobile that you can actually drive and move forward. You might build some very like a replica of some like fancy car that's really immaculate and beautiful and stuff like that, but because you don't have any actual knowledge of like engine making, fuel, electricity, motors, you don't have the engineering mindset, the car doesn't move, it just sits there. It's basically like not even a real car. Whereas somebody who, is all intuition and feeling, it's like they're the engineer, like they don't have that structure that moves it forward, but they know how to make something move. If you're an engineer and you got like, build a car or a motor, you may not know how to make something look sophisticated or pretty, but you know how to make it move fast. And I think that's kind of like the dynamic there. So I think of it a lot of ways that the chaos is essentially the energy that animates the order. And because I think it would make sense if you think about like, if we think of what, chaos is, it's just pure energy that isn't structured by anything yet.
Yeah, I think things move in more chaotic ways than we allow ourselves to imagine. Like they show things like the electron shell and like the orbit of the planets as like being just a regular circle or like an exact figure eight. but they leave out, and like the Earth is just a perfect sphere, but they leave out like the complexities of things is when they try to simplify and reduce the complexities, reductionism and simplification of materialism. But if you think about it, like when the planets are moving around the sun is not just in a place where it's not moving. It's not in a stationary place. It's moving through the arms of the galaxy, and it moves. The circles of the planets orbiting around a star become a spiral as the sun's moving along and dragging them with it. So I think things really move more in spiral patterns, and there's more cycles that are involved, and there's like erratic things that are not really shown. Like, for example, the Rutherford model of the atom, where they have like very simple like depictions of the electron shells, is based off of the layout of like the Ptolemaic and Copernican like models of the solar system. So if we really look at it, there's like a lot more complexity there. Things aren't as similar as they appear to be based on models that we have. But we can acknowledge these, start to realize them. And I've been working on is like trying to realize that for to square to a circle, making the side square be one, I feel like the source of things is more of a circle and a spiral, not a square. Squares are kind of like overly idealistic. Flat lines and straight lines to me are like kind of like a reductionist kind of mentality. So if we make the circle become one, because the circle is one, it has one side and it's oneness, then the side of a square becomes like pi over 4. And so that's its own number, and it's equivalent to the complexities of pi, but it's just a different value. And so if we were to flip things on their head and make the circle into one, then we would have like a reciprocal pi become the thing that's how we evaluate the side of a square. But when people try to simplify things, circles are complex because the size of a circle makes for, like, I guess, different curvatures, different arcs. And so there's harder to try to compute what those arcs are going to be and try to develop like a system to understand them. It's easier to use straight lines and try to, that's how our architecture is built in modern day society. It's very boring and flat and overly simplistic and not stimulating at all. And so when they take children out of like a building where everything's flat and boring and straight, they put them into nature where there's complexities and like beautiful patterns, people are able to be more stimulated. And children that have a hard time with attention and focus and hyperactivity and want to just run in circles and do erratic things, when they put them into like a natural environment, they find themselves to be like in a different state of being where they're actually more stimulated by the world. And they notice things that are like really interesting and start to ask questions and want to learn more and really have more of an attention to the details of things, which, since it's stimulating them more, it can allow them to be able to be more focused and more drawn in one direction of like focusing on one thing at a time instead of like just running off walls and jumping around and not really being able to be paying attention to the lesson. So I feel like there's a lot going on there when it comes to focusing on the complexities of things and the ability to see things in a spiral. And my friend Chaya was mentioning how that upside down yoni kind of coming out in a spiral in the Vlid Zerfax to her represents how originally in the stories of mythology, the goddess gave birth to everything in the cosmos, and to her that kind of seems like coming out of that upside down inverted triangle is like the spiral of life emerging from the sacred flower, from its source, from the portal of life, where things come out into a spiral and kind of roll out into the webs of life and into like the cosmic galactic spirals and the spiral of the celestial bodies as they move, circling around each other. So I wanted to mention that. And if y'all mentioned how blood is actually blue until it's exposed to oxygen. So we don't really see the blue blood. It's one of the unseen things that we can acknowledge, that there is blue in the blood that our eyes don't really see much. But those kind of things are like good to acknowledge, the unseen things. Our intuition can like guide us to these things when our eyes don't show them to us. So it can give us more insights about things and the deeper complexities that are not on the surface.
Yeah, that's a really good observation, Indy. You know, that blood is blue on the inside and red on the outside. That's why when we look at our arms, we see veins. The veins are blue. You know, and that should have perplexed you all as kids. Like, why is it blue inside? Like, what's that? Like, are my veins literally like a blue color? You got to ask yourself these questions. And the veins aren't actually a blue color. They're quite translucent. So you're literally seeing the blood through the veins. That's why they look blue, which is interesting. I think it speaks about the inner and the outer. So blue represents that which is inside, right? Which is on the other side of this side. And red represents things that are on this side of that side. If that makes sense, like closer to tangible. Red is more tangible. Blue is less tangible. And that's quite an interesting perspective, because let me give you an example. I'm going to be doing a discussion on color and the planets. Somebody asked me to do it, so I will do it. And I told them I will do it. Breaking down the colors, planetary energies, and I'm just gonna show you a way to do it for yourself without like any books. Just and you can then take the basic principles and extrapolate it however you feel to extrapolate. I'll show you one way that I'm extrapolating and show you how I see the colors and the vibrations and the planets relating. And just a taster of this. So blue represents the mental field and red represents the physical field. And yellow represents the go-between the blue and the red. As you can see here, is represented in the enneagram, right? You can see there you've got the yellow triangle, which is Aleph, the Fool, that represents the between. And you got the red triangle moving one direction and the blue triangle moving another direction, representing fire and water. Fire, water, and air. And the three colors are obviously the three primary pigments that we're going to be dealing with when we're mapping out all of the color spectrum on Earth, right? And then people are going to tell you, no, but light has different color. Once again, that's the seance of science. We've got to take it on authority of some piece of technology that's going to tell us this, because our own eyes can't tell us, right? So we've got to like root our senses in the physical in order to like backpedal in a sense. So we take the three base color principles, like any artist will tell you, like the three principal colors. And from those colors, we mix colors. So if the blue represents the pure mental sphere, right? And the red represents the pure physical sphere, what does the moon represent? The moon, to me, represents sublimation. That is projecting the conscious field, which is manifest, into the unconscious field that is unmanifest. Sublimation, the power of the moon. So it's projecting the red into the blue in a coarse sense. And when you project the red into the blue, the red comes out wearing blue. And that color is violet. I think that that's quite an important perspective. So the violet and the purple is the mixing of the blue and the red. So when I think of the moon and the vibration more aligned with the moon's energy, I think of the color violet. And then I think about what violet represents, right? Red represents appetite, right? Red represents makes your pancreas active. That's why McDonald's and Burger King and Kentucky Fried Chicken, they're all red because it stimulates hunger. So red is very related to the physical system. Blue is much more to do with financial institutions, right? It's very mental. It's very abstract. The way this whole money merry-go-round works, it's a very mental, abstract thing that's controlling the earth. It's not physical. There isn't even a physical route to the money, right? It's all up here. It's ideas. So when you're projecting the physical emanation of will and consciousness into the unconscious mental sphere of consciousness, you end up with this sublimating potential. And that's like fishing into the unconscious, the conscious mind. So violet then also is, I learned this many, many decades ago, that they had noticed that, and I noticed it because I observed it, like the color violet. Certain kind of people like the color violet, right? I used to love the color violet. And if I'm going to be completely honest with you, my libido was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. I didn't know where to draw the line, right? Sure, I was celibate a lot of times, and I did this a lot, and but I had I could have a tendency to become a nymphomaniac, basically. I could have easily been someone that had like 30 kids, 40 kids, like all over the world, if I'm honest, and luckily, as I've become more mature, I've become more grounded and balanced in that aspect. But people that have a deep appreciation of violet have some kind of a sexual thing going on. They're either very intensely primed towards sex, or they've got intense sexual repressions. And that color is going to relate to this ability for the consciousness to dive into the unconscious. It's Kundalini rich. It's relating to this powerful resonance. And so it's the complementary color of yellow, which is interesting. Complementary color of yellow. So that violet will be attracted to yellow. So it will cause the rising current in the energy system to move towards yellow, which is in the middle, and towards the balancing of the yellow, because the yellow and the violet together will neutralize the color and put them into a state of harmony and accentuate each other's particular power. So I've always thought of the moon as related to sex, because the moon is the cycle that all things breed with, right? There's a reason why we call the woman's menstrual cycle the moon cycle. The moon calibrates sexual cycles. The moon calibrates breeding. The moon calibrates when flowers are going to breed, calibrates when animals are going to breed. It calibrates when humans are going to be on heat or off heat, or when women's going to be ovulating and be able to make babies. Breeding, the moon. Venus dictates love and harmony and the attraction to beauty, and that which will bring partners together. But the moon regulates the breeding. So in that way, when you think about the color violet as being a mixture between red and blue, there's this interactive potential there. So I relate the color violet to the moon. That's just my personal thing. And when I've spent a lot of time gazing at the moon, I've gone into a violet place. I've been interesting. So that made me start to question the conventional color systems that we've been trained with decades ago, and realized that I needed to find my own bearings with relation to this. Is why I love cosmic systems so much, because cosmic doesn't rely on these conventions. Cosmic goes in his own trailblazing story, which is something that I would recommend you should all do. I think cosmic's a good example of a good way to go. Find your own path, because the path that's been mapped out for us, I don't believe it's the right path. And so learn to test, learn to become your own, experimenter, and find the blending, you know. And so in this way, you can extrapolate all the colors and all the potentials. Yellow to me represents energy, right? What is the source of energy? The sun. Sun's a source of energy. So yellow, when I think of yellow, I think of the sun. It relates to the solar power, Leo. Why they've decided that the sun is orange and the Leo is yellow, to me, it doesn't make sense. It's something weird going on here. Well, I think of the sun, I think of the color yellow. It's literally this what you see coming pouring out of the sun. There's a reason for that, you know. And so then when I'm thinking of Mars, I'm thinking of blood, right? I'm thinking of that powerful transformative potential. Blood is like what the alchemical potentials. It's an alchemical soup in our system that's constantly alchemizing different elements in order to build up the body. It seems like Mars represents that blood, the color of blood. So when I think of mixing the Mars, the blood, the alchemical potential with the pure energetic potential of the sun, I end up with the color orange. And Or range is the range of Or. Or means light. Orange is the range of light. It's the broadest spectrum. There's something very interesting about the color orange. And when I think about the range of light, it makes me look at the glyph of Mercury, what that represents. And I'm like, so I see like Mercury is carrying the frequency of orange. And we see it in Gemini, right? So it's up to you to find out and extrapolate which colors represent and experiment with them, you know, work with those planetary energies and with the sigils related to them, the squares related to them, and see what colors come to you. I think like this is the only way that you're going to make practical movement forward, because there's so much problems with people reading book and getting theoretical nonsense in their minds and not testing it, right? It's like in martial arts, you train with a bag. You get someone to hold a pad and you hit the pad, because that's how you learn to generate power. You're trying and playing with the techniques until it fits, until you find that cohesion within your body and the power channels, and it suddenly got efficacy. And so this is what's missing, I think, in this sort of newer age thing. And I don't want to carry on like yapping about it. What do you guys think, Cosmic Indie, about, you know, taking it into your own hands?
Yeah, I'm with that completely. And that's why I've been doing a lot of my life work, which I don't always mention in the show, but a lot of the things that I've come up with, like something I mentioned earlier about trying to take the circle and make the circle one. These ideas are novel to humanity. I don't know anyone that's ever thought of this before, but to me, it's totally intuitive. So I follow my intuition to do things like that. And also, I've shown before on the show, I'm working on language that I'm creating that integrates Eastern and Western language to create the alphabet that we're familiar with into pictures, which also have an allegory. And another process that I'm working on is instilling within that system the numerical values associated with each of the symbols and musical scale that's programmed into it as well. So I think these kind of things are, to me, tracing back to the way things used to be that have been overly simplified. Things have been taken away from these systems, and they've been put into such simplified ways that they've lost their meaning for the most part. And to me, we can bring that meaning back to things by adding more complexities. And part of the whole process of what I'm doing is like, I want to encourage other people to be able to do this in their own ways. And when we can compare notes about our insights, that's the way that we can find out how we can really see more deep insights and complexity that are going to bring more light to our way of expanding our deeper perspectives and understanding, and keep spiraling out from there as we keep coming back to what we've done and then looking out to what others have done and comparing notes and really working together as a team to like really put our heads together and come up with ways to expand out from the box that we've been put in the ways we've been taught to think. Other ways that I work on things are like trying to provide an understanding of quantum physics and trying to relate that to astrophysics and the theory of relativity, which are not really equatable right now. They've gone in different directions, and I've come up with a deeper understanding from things I've been shown in out of body experience that allow those things to be integrated. And that very thing is the ether, which Einstein took that phrase or that name away from us, replaced it with the vacuum of space or nothingness, which to me is the very opposite of nothingness. To me, it's everything. And in the law of one, they suggest that love is the source of all things. Love and light are the source, and everything is made from that. And there are places where there's the lack of them. What we see is not that there's something different, but sometimes that there's shadows and things where the light and the love are not able to protrude through. And so I feel like, to me, the idea of light is the movement and the transformation of the ether that has been bundled up into these atoms, that's all tied up and tangled up, and when it unravels and it sheds a layer through transformation, it's returning back to source. And we see the movement of things away from the way they are back to where they came from when we see energy and when we see light. And there's all these other spectrums that we don't see, but we can gauge with our instrumentation. But basically, my understanding is that we can interpret things differently. And this was from a lecture by Alan Watts, where he was talking about Buddhism and science. And you can find that lecture on YouTube readily. If you want to check it out for yourself, it might stimulate and captivate you and catalyze different thoughts for you to interpret that. But for me, it was showing me that all things are one. And that principle that all things are one kind of ties into the teachings of Hermes to Asclepius in his lecture. And I want to read a little bit from the body of the works of Hermes' lecture to Asclepius. He says, either all things are of one or they are one. The two presuppositions are so linked that it's impossible to separate one from the other. O Asclepius, every human soul is immortal, but the nature of their immortality is not the same, for souls differ according to conduct and time. And I'm going to pause from the reading. At this point, we see that even though he's saying that the human soul is immortal, which is something that is universal, he's saying that there are different complexities to each soul, which make it immortal in different ways. And so it brings a new level of complexity to the interpretation of what he's saying. And as I get back to what I was reading from, it says, all of these things were in the Creator before he created them. So this ties back to mentalism of Hermes and the idea of Tao and Taoism being the unmanifest and unseen creator and causal force that's not seen, and suggesting that the things that we see are not causal. They may appear to be because they're part of a mutual arising from the unseen. And as they rise together, people draw connections. And if one seems to arise first, they consider it maybe to be causal. But we also consider that these things were in the Creator before they were created. And so the Creator in Taoism is not a man, it's a mystery. And in ancient mysticism, the Creator was sometimes and oftentimes to be the goddess that was able to give birth to things, to give birth to all of the cosmos and all of life and all of the living things on Earth and Earth itself. So things have kind of been flipped on their head to think that man could create things like that, because when men create things, it's usually a tool or a toy or a machine, and we don't have the capacity to give birth to life like a woman can. So you have to think about that sometimes. And later on in the script, it says, take care and be mindful of him who alone is all, or who is the creator of all. Every man comes from heaven into earth, into water, and into air. Only fire which is born upwards is life-giving. What moves downwards serves it. Yet what moves down from the high is full of generative power. What moves upward gives nourishment. Only earth of all the elements remains within itself and is the receiver of every kind of form. And what it receives, it returns. The soul and the cosmos, being embraced by nature, are set in movement by her with such diversity of quality. Evident in all images, the countless forms are known to exist by the contrast of their qualities. Yet these forms are also united, so that all things appear as one whole from the one. And so he mentions that there's her and a him in the creation, and that there's a breakdown of different elements. The various elements are part of the one, but they have their own complexities within them. So there's very paradoxical teachings that he's giving here, which is something I think we can all gain insight from and learn to expand our consciousness and move away from the simplistic thoughts we've been indoctrinated with.
Yeah, Franklin, I got a picture in the queue because you were talking about colors earlier and a different way to approach. I figured, I'd show this particular color diagram that I have that shows my understanding of color. So basically, each one of these colors represents different thresholds of consciousness and experience. So we have one side, the divine feminine, which more relates to being related consciousness, i.e., you're kind of your panpsychist, physical world kind of mundane kind of consciousness. And each one of these represents sort of different thresholds. And then on the other side, you have more of your astral spiritual consciousness and the thresholds that it goes from, a large singularity and down to an individual self towards the beginning. And the idea is that the self is the convergence of this side going over into here, and then this side going into here, basically coming from both sides and kind of squishing that self part in the middle. But I think what's also interesting about this system is that it includes pink as part of the color spectrum. So basically what I did is I took the Roy G. Biv kind of system, which is 7 colors, but I made it to 8 colors. So that way there's 4 on one side and 4 on the other side, basically the law of 4 system that they work with. And, as I've been channeling the alphabet, I also associate the colors with the sort of synesthetic associations I have with letters, for example. So, like, for example, I associate the letter K with the color green. So I figured Cathadio, was green. Likewise, I consider the color R associated with blue instead of red. And so basically the color for red is blue because I associate R with blue. So basically it kind of makes sense. And I kind of like figured it out, that way. And what's interesting thing about this is that in a lot of these other, like the Kabbalah, model, is that basically Kabbalah is just basically you're starting from Zith and you're going just one direction down all the way to basically this would be the equivalent of Malkuth down here. But what this is basically doing is it's taken the Kabbalistic tree of life, chopped it down, and now it's horizontal and instead of vertical. And when you look at it from that horizontal perspective, it really gives you a different kind of understanding of how self and consciousness are related. Because I think with a lot of spiritual systems, we're so used to vertical models of creation, things starting from the top of the tower and then sort of making their way down to the bottom. Whereas this is more kind of like a level flat, coming from the left side and the right side. And you, the individual, are the convergence of the of Mother O and Father Zith, which is sort of their like perspective. I don't know. I just kind of wanted to say that. And I think in a lot of ways, looking at the color emanations from this particular way, and it's like having a different model, it's like you feel like you step outside of that like Kabbalistic tree model. Because like before I started using this Fey, magic system, I was like a hermeticist. I used the tree of life and the Kabbalah as a way to map out the universe. Then I realized, like, as I used that model and I actually had a Kabbalistic tree of life, put on my bedroom wall so that I could study it. Like, it's almost like my universe started to converge towards that model of reality. But now I've replaced that model and replaced it with my Zarfex map. And studying that, it's like now it's like I'm in a completely different universe than what I was as like a Hermetic Kabbalist. And so basically these are also the names of the colors, which are basically that's what these symbols are out. So basically these this is how you write it in Fey. So we have, for example, you have Ajo right here, and so you spell it. You have A, J, and O right here. Likewise, you have Sheu. So you have Sh, A, and U. So you spell it out right that. But also, if you understand the Zerfaxes, they actually they tell a story in terms of like, so for example, for Ajo, so A basically represents information and sort of like calculated, like, intellectual stuff. You have O represents the pure void and, just blackness. But the thing is, information and a sort of primordial void, they don't necessarily connect. So Zhuzh is basically the Zerfax that links beyond, it's the outer Zerfax. It can basically stretch beyond the black void membrane and go into realms and beyond. So what it does is it takes A and O, connects them together and makes Ajo, and that essentially makes like a red frequency. And so all these Zerfax, these color frequencies essentially kind of work like that.
That makes a lot of sense. They should be synchronizing and working together. Dear brother Indy, you got something?
Yeah, I love that you integrated the pink in there. I always thought that was gray, which is why they kicked me out of painting school, because pink looks like teal or gray oftentimes to me. But it was actually a boy's color in the 20s up until I think the 40s, when they shifted it into becoming a girl's color, which is like probably a total psyop and obfuscation method, where black was white and white was black. But the reason why pink was a boy's color, because red is a man's color. And if red is a man's color, then a lighter version of that is for a child, a boy. And they associated blue with a girl. So like sky blue is like a baby girl color. And then like royal blue or navy blue is like a woman's color. So because blue is like a more of an ascended color of deeper complexity, of higher ascension, of like a higher state of mind, intuition is associated with like the color blue and purple, because it's like a higher wave of thinking. Whereas like red is more of like a baseline, like lower consciousness kind of color, associated with like brute mentality or just basic like reductive simplification of things. So I think it's good to mention that, but I'm glad that it looks really good having the even amount of different color spectrums on either side of the central piece.
And I think it's really interesting, Indy, that you mentioned earlier that how on the lower end of the spectrum that these like red and orange kind of converge into like a brown color, whereas the colors on the right converge into a gray color, because that actually goes along with aspects of this system. So the idea is in the fluid Zarfexes, which are the upper Zarfexes, and that's where the Fey beings I channel come from, all of these frequencies kind of like exist. But here in the solid Zarfexes, what happens is that things get frozen into solid matter. So Ajo, Sheu, and Plenido all get sort of smushed together into brown, into a different frequency. They call it Yafu, which is sort of the brown frequency. And that creates the Zerfax, which then is the frequency that creates solid matter in the universe. But then that same brown frequency is then reflected into the indeterminate zone, and then the which is the opposite of Uvledith, which is their word for gray, which would then be sort of goes along with, in this area, because of this section is blocked out and these colors can't be expressed and they're turned into Yafu. Then on the other side, these are then converged into Uvledith, which is that's a different frequency. That's sort of the opposite end. And I just wanted to point that out because I was like, oh, that actually applies to this as well. That there's also, then there's other names. And then for black, their word is Theolizith. And then white is Aizathai. That's another like weird word, but I don't know. And when it comes to pronouncing these basically letters, so a lot of these things are like sort of like three sort of like letter words, and the idea is like you're supposed to pronounce it all at the same time. So like I was mentioning Vlid earlier before, which is VLD, and the idea is you got to try to pronounce it so it's like one sounds like Vlid, like that. You just got to do it all like quickly at once. And when you do that, like that's when like the sort of the magical effect basically takes place. But yeah, I guess this colors, they apply to all sorts of different things: consciousness, magic, how different Zarfexes are basically created, because the idea is that with fluid Zarfexes will be like, they'll be like green Zarfexes, blue Zarfexes, and they all kind of go along with this particular color pattern of emanation and manifestation.
That's really good. That's really interesting. And our tuition makes an interesting point. He doesn't think it's all a psyop, but rather metaphysical changes that associate color with the tuning of the astrological ages. And I think there's something to that. I think there's definitely something to that as an idea. I would say, though, that the tuning is exactly that. It's tuning. It's not changing, it's tuning. Like, for example, you've got different shades of red. You've got different shades of orange, different shades of yellow, different shades of red, different shades of that pink that you've got there. It's almost, I'm trying to figure out, like, if I was to describe that pink to Indy, I would say that, like, to me, that looks like a kind of a slightly blue tinted, very slight blue tinted, pastel hue of salmon pink. How does that sound to you? Cosmic, it sound about right, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be a form of pink that's like kind of difficult for your eyes to perceive. Like, I'm thinking specifically like in the movie From Beyond, where basically they create this machine that has these tuning forks that basically emits this like powerful, like intense pink light, which like basically stimulates the pineal gland and allows the people to like perceive extra dimensional entities and worlds and stuff like that. So I always feel like Zethizathu basically represents the color of kind of going beyond a certain threshold, whereas Vithuzatho is sort of it represents collectivity, because that's what Vith essentially represents right here. Because I don't know if people notice that, but that Vith is actually just this Zerfax right here, Kuth, all basically aligned in a semicircle to form that. So it actually kind of lines up there. So the idea is, when you take different kid Zerfax and take four of them together, you form a Zerfax of awareness called a Vid Zerfax. And I don't know, it's like that's something like that. So this is basically, the point is, this is the collective consciousness kind of frequency. Like when you're in a sort of a collective group mind, or a sort of like when you're taking psychedelics, you're usually feeling like a Vithuzatho frequency. And then Zethizathu represents a threshold that exists beyond that collectivity. Like, this is the color that you basically need to channel and concentrate if you want to get to the outer Zarfexes. So the idea is that our Zarfex, a solid Zarfex, is surrounded by a black membrane, and that black membrane actually occludes this Zethizathu frequency, and that's usually replaced by Uvladith as a thing. So the idea is, this particular color is basically what can use to pierce through the darkness of the xiphoid membrane that surrounds our Zarfex, which then opens up the portal to the outer realms that exist beyond it. And I think actually, if you're the Philip K. Dick book, Valis, where he talks about I don't know if that's like zebra or something like that, that basically opens up his mind. He describes in that book being beamed a pink light being shot into his perception. So there's something about pink light and opening the way to different worlds that it doesn't seem to be talked about a lot in occult mainstream cultures. Like the Golden Dawn doesn't talk about this. I don't even hear this talked about in like chaos magic or anything like that. And I'm really genuinely surprised that like the color pink isn't really utilized more, because it has a lot of magical potentialities that I think are totally underutilized.
Well, I mean, pink is really a combination of red with all color, right? So it's really like amping up red, isn't it?
Well, you also got to think of this chart like a wheel. So it's like you go basically to Waslithiu, to Bavitha, to Vithuzatho, to Sethizathu, but then pink then kind of circles back around and becomes red again. Or you can take red and go backwards, and if you go backwards into this other direction, it then becomes pink. And what's interesting is that when you get into Zarfexes that are way, way further out into the Zorfex, the order of this chart actually changes. So instead of starting with orange, you might start with yellow, and then the color that's at the end of here is actually orange, which then creates a different type of Zarfex. And the idea is like that's at a part of the outer Zarfexes that are like so alien. Even the Fae that I talk to say they have a difficult time comprehending their existence. So yeah, I think that in a lot of ways, pink, especially in our particular, dimensional quadrant, is basically something about piercing through the typical veils. It's like, yeah, it's not used in a lot of other places, and I'm kind of surprised that the Tree of Life. I'm thinking about this. What if the sphere of Da'ath is actually pink? That would be an interesting experiment to try out and see the implications of what that implies, because I feel like Da'ath is actually not the sphere. It's like it's hiding something else that is behind it, that acts as the real gateway to the worlds beyond. Because in Zarfexology, the idea is that there's the indeterminate zone has a depth of 4 Zerfaxes. So you have one level, which is like in the shallow range, and then you have the 4th level, which is basically at the edge of the Zarfex, right? And so, but in order to get to a different Zarfex, you need to get into the 3rd Zerfax and use what's called a Clizerfax to sort of bridge and mirror the 3rd Zerfax of the other indeterminate zone, so that you can reflect into the other thing. Well, I noticed that if I took that model of there being 4 Zerfaxes, I then apply that to the Kabbalistic Tree of Life and the different 4 worlds. I don't remember, it's like Azaluth, whatever it is. Like there's the 10 spheres, and then there's the 4 worlds that they all emanate in. And I found it interesting that the part that's blocked off, which is Da'ath, which is sort of like in the 3rd quadrant, is also the Zerfax area one needs to get to the outer Zarfexes. So I realized that the conclusion that I came up with is that the Kabbalistic Tree of Life with the Da'ath sphere is blocking access to the outer Zarfexes and putting Kether as kind of like a cap or like a gate that blocks access to them. And so by filling that space of Da'ath with something else and no longer making this black empty space, but filling something up, you can basically kind of yo-yo or sort of slingshot your perception to the outer Zarfexes and essentially go beyond the sphere of Kether.
Yeah, fascinating with the I like the idea of Da'ath being something that's shielding something behind it. That's like, because to me, Da'ath is like the root, and the root is beneath the ground, so we don't see the root of things. It's like, to me, the root of existence in the visible world, in the material world, in the cosmos, but it comes from a place of the primordial. So it's like, it really is like being shielded. And so its surface being pink is like an interesting way to go about representing it. But go ahead, Franklin.
No, I was just going to say that there's an element of chaos there. I think it's that's why it's not a sphere, right? That's why like the specific relation to it is not a sphere. I think Darth is the way that we can see chaos bleeding through the system. And so what would we see chaos bleeding through the system? I think there's something to the color pink, because red Mars is what crosses the abyss, right? So we get to Mars, the red ray is going to cross the abyss to be reborn as the sun, right? So it's that powerful agent of transformation. So what happens when red crosses the abyss and comes back as the next octave of 1? So it goes from 9 crosses the abyss as 9, is reborn as a new version of 1. But in the process of 9 going in, it's going to have to dip itself into the cosmic soup. That's going to remove some of the redness. And so before the red has been dipped into the cosmic soup completely to remove all of the redness so that it can be reborn as yellow, which point is pink would be like when it hasn't quite passed completely out of being, almost passed out of being. So you imagine the red fading till it's no color. But what happens when the red fades and fades and fades and fades? It becomes pink. Because what's going to be left behind is going to shine through, which is light. So it's sort of like an interesting concept, cosmic. Interesting cosmic to mull over. And it's a cosmic. It's a cosmic concept. Man, that's cosmic. We've done 4 hours, and 4 hours have done us. We've been done by 4 hours. 4 hours has done us. So, do you guys have last ideas you want to throw on the table?
I think I'm good. Indy, you got any ideas?
I think I was able to share everything in my notes that I was trying to get across, and I appreciate you. Really, we're dropping the mic earlier. We're doing a mic drop with all this stuff about the interconnectedness of the numbers with numerology, with the sephirothic labyrinth. You were really killing it earlier, Franklin. So I was glad to be here for that, and I might even need to go back and take some more notes on all the connections you were making there, because it's really a beautiful thing. But offhand, I can't really touch on some of the things that I was really trying to get a better grasp of, but I do like to hear more about that kind of stuff. So thank you for that.
Oh, lovely. It's our blended energies that brings these things forth. They're like they fall from the sky like rain. Like rain or manna or something. But yeah, it's been an absolute honor. Thank you, dear Gaz. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Cosmic and Indy. It's been an honor. It's been an honor with you guys in the chat as well. Gaz and Tom Rue and Vincent and everybody else, that's been there and been watching, and Howard and D Love and Out Tuition and my sweet, beautiful better half and Salad and Tracy and your friend from Canada. What I forget her name.
Chaya, it means shade. It's the wife of the sun god.
Yes, beautiful Vedic name, Sanskrit, lovely. The spelling was strange because it seemed like there was an extra H there. I was trying to wrap my head around that H. It just kept throwing me. But I suppose you know, when the name's taken, you gotta take what you can, play with the spelling to make the name fit. But yeah, it's been an absolute honor, everybody, and thank you guys for joining us. And Tom Rue, you cracked me up a couple of times. Tom Rue has a new nickname, Furniture Killer. He has a habit of breaking furniture. Don't even ask how. Big love to all of you guys. I hope you guys are going to take it easy. Enjoy your weekend. Keep smiling. Big blessings and shalom to you as well. And Yaman. Om Namah Shivaya. Let me say a proper goodbye. A long life goodbye. Om Trayambikam Yajamahe Sugandhi pushti vardhanam urvar ukamiva bantanan mrityur mokshyamamritat. Big love and blessings to all of you. Take it easy. Let the life force flow. Let the prana grow. Let your heart just show and just enjoy the glow. Om Shanti. Blessings to
indeed.
all of you. And don't forget to smile.
Sis Clue,